Contender Series is back, and we are in Long Beach, California for an explosive night of 50-50 fights. In our main event, a 10-round featherweight battle between Arnold Khegai and Angelino Joet Gonzalez in what is sure to be an action-packed fight between these two warriors. In our co-main event, Sonora's Torres, 20 wins with only 1 defeat, is challenged by lightweight veteran Nicholas the Axeman Walters from Panama, coming off his impressive defeat of Joseph Adorno right here on ProBox TV. Stay tuned and find out why millions of people are watching ProBox TV live from Thunder Studios. The Contender Series starts now. Welcome everyone into ProBox TV. That is a shot of downtown Long Beach, California. We are here at Thunder Studios, ready to get it on ringside to start our Future Stars program. That's right, it's a town with a rich fighting tradition, and they're going to leave everything in the ring tonight, as they always do. Jesus Saracho taking on Louie Lopez. Jesus Saracho missing weight. Louie Lopez had an edge in the fighter interview. He feels disrespected. He feels that it's his night tonight. He kept talking about how I put in the work. Will it pay off tonight? And in our co-main event of the evening, Luis Torres versus Nicholas Walters. Nicholas Walters, a veteran of the game, incredibly skilled on the back half of his career. Luis Torres is not going to give the veteran any time to rest. This is a man who comes and brings it every single time. He is ProBox through and through. That has fireworks written all over it. And in our main event of the evening, Arnold Khegai, only 1 loss in his career versus Joet Gonzalez, a man who has fought for a world title 3 times and has come up short. He's looking for his redemption tonight at the expense of the Korean-Ukrainian in Arnold Khegai. Welcome everyone ringside here at Thunder Studios in Long Beach, California. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Look, when it comes to the Future Stars show, it's all about your ability to entertain. It's all about your ability to give everything in the ring. And one of the problems in the last few years with boxing, gentlemen, we talk about all the time, everyone wants the O, everyone wants to be Mayweather. When we were coming up, it was about having exciting fights. That's what Future Stars is all about, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a void created in the sport recently. We're losing a lot of these networks. You know, ProBox TV has stepped up to the plate and is now putting on action-packed fights, 50-50. We don't care who wins. We just we want to make sure the fights are good to entertain you guys at home. That's what ProBox TV is all about.
And also, once you get that stamp, Paulie, of being a ProBox TV fighter, and we'll see it later on in the card tonight, you get that stamp of, that's an exciting guy. He leaves in the ring every time. We're going to bring him back.
Yeah, you know what? We're right below championship level fighting, you know, so we're contenders, fringe contenders, you know, here. And we match them up against one another. And you notice a lot of our guys do get to the championship level, you know. So when guys perform here at ProBox TV, if they win, sometimes they'll get a big shot. They'll get the champion. They'll go to the championship level. They'll get a big championship fight. Some of the guys have won, like Angelo Leo, you know, for example. But even if they don't win, the beauty about ProBox is you stay here if you perform the way we expect you to perform, the way fans expect you to perform. And I've noticed a lot of fans are very, very happy with the result and the product we give here at ProBox TV. We endeavor and strive to keep giving that to you guys here in 2025 and beyond. And of course, the fans also appreciate when fighters are brought back despite not having the O, or despite maybe taking a tough loss, you know, and we continue to see that, and we continue to reward these kind of fighters. And they get their chance, because again, if they do come back and win, they do have a chance to get to that championship level nonetheless.
And Chris, when you look at it, the records that come in, 11-0, 12-0, it's shiny, it's beautiful. When you look under, as we do, that's our job, you see a lot of dry rot in a lot of these undefeated fighters. Not so on ProBox TV. That's what makes Future Stars so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, with those kind of fighters, you got to look under the hood. You know what I'm saying? You got to go in past the numbers and look at who they fought, how those victories went. We do a lot of tape. We do a lot of homework leading up to these fights. So do our matchmakers. That's why our fights are so entertaining all the time. We have usually 3 fights on our card. Any one of them could have been the main event, could potentially have been a fight of the year, a KO of the year. So listen, the formula works, guys. We've been doing it for a couple years now. It's only getting better and bigger, and the more of you that are tuning in, the better it'll be.
Now, when you look at our main card, you look at guys like Jesus Saracho, who has cut his teeth here in ProBox TV. You go, where did he come from? He came from right here, Future Stars. He was an undercard guy, but exciting and entertaining. When you look at the Future Stars, man, who stands out to you? What kind of fights do you think we're going to see in our Future Stars today, right now?
Well, I'll tell you what, you bring up Saracho, right? Saracho for me is a guy who every time I've seen him, it's excited me. He can fight. The kid can fight. He can flat out fight. He's won some tough fights here. He's shown he's cut his teeth, like you said. But there's also something that stands out about him, a little lack of discipline. He misses weight a lot of times. He reminds me a little bit of a guy for Pablo Cano, who we've also seen on ProBox, was also very talented, but just couldn't get his discipline together. You see Saracho, he's right there. Again, you cut your teeth on ProBox, that means you know how to fight. Saracho knows how to fight, and people will see that tonight. But if he can just put it all together, he can go even further. We'll see tonight what he does with against Louie Lopez, because Lopez was not happy with him missing weight, and Lopez himself, like you said, is a guy who cuts his own teeth in tough fights.
This is a sleeper show stealer. This fight,
absolutely.
I'm excited.
It certainly is, and a great thing about it, a great piece of advice I always give to fighters is there's only two kinds of fights: easy fights or great opportunities. Which one are you? That's what I always ask. Well, when we move in, of course, to our opening fight, Emilio Garcia versus Jose Adalo, the young man Garcia from Laredo, Texas. This kid at 22 oozes confidence, but he's taking on an experienced fighter from Mexico. You see, 29 years old, Jose Adalo. And it's going to be a war. Emilio Garcia looking to make an impression in his pro debut. Lupe, get us going.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Thunder Studios, Long Beach, California. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions, and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. Tonight's contests are being sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission. Our commissioner is Peter Villegas. Executive director is Andy Foster. We kick off the action with this bout. Set for 4 rounds in the welterweight division. Arrancamos con este duelo, pactado a 4 vueltas en la división peso welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Carla Cais, Fernando Villarreal, and Jack Reese. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, presentando en la esquina azul, vestido de blanco con vivos negros. He steps in wearing white with black trim. Este veterano entra al cuadrilátero en su 9º combate a nivel profesional. This veteran of the sport enters the ring in his 9th professional bout. 100% tapatillo de Guadalajara, Jalisco, México, José El Topo Adolfo. His opposition across the ring in the red corner, wearing black with gold trim, su oposición en la esquina roja, vestido de negro con vivos dorados, su peso oficial 150 libras y media, his official weight 150.5 pounds tonight. He enters the big leagues of boxing, making his professional debut inside the ProBox TV ring. Esta noche entra a las grandes ligas del boxeo, haciendo su debut profesional. De Laredo, Texas, Emilio Mano Garcia. Our referee, Rudy Barragan.
Say it again? Oh, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys. Los cintos están bien, okay? Belts are good, okay? Do me a favor. Obey my commands at all times. Obedezcanme a todos tiempos, okay? Protégete a todos tiempos. Protect yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both.
Emilio Garcia, it's hard to believe he weighed in the same weight class as Jose Adalo. That is a big young man making his pro debut in the black trunks. 150 amateur fights on the U.S. national team. We say, what's the difference between being a professional and amateur? He said, none. I got the skills to win it all. Confident young man, round number 1.
With that much amateur experience, especially at the international level, a lot of reason to be confident.
You talk about it all the time, Paulie, like, I've seen every style there is. Fighting internationally, he says nothing in the ring scares me.
Yeah. But of course, your pro debut can always be a little bit nervy, look for a little bit of tightness. He's coming out aggressively, letting those shots go. Obviously, he wants to show who he is and, wants to keep that momentum going from his amateur career.
A lot of power punches, but to your point, Paul, he's opening up quite a bit, taking some counter shots.
Get away.
Yeah, being really aggressive here in round 1. He actually just ate a right hand. Oh, body shot.
Big shot, down he goes.
3, 4, 5.
Bravo trying to get it back. Count is up to 7. Up and ready to go, but beautifully timed body shot.
That's why you don't want to eat too soon before you go to the dressing room.
That was a nice move. He was actually punching inside the jab to the body.
But now he's aggressive. We talk about he's aggressive.
Another body shot. Out comes the mouthpiece. This might be it, gentlemen.
Yeah, he's not looking very comfortable down there. Oh, and he's up.
Adolfo got up, but he's got no mouthpiece.
I'm not washing it.
We don't wash mouthpieces here.
Don't need to do it in Long Beach. That's how we roll. Ooh. And right now, Garcia looking to end this in round number 1. Referee very close. Third knockdown, and that is it. Halfway through round number 1, Emilio Garcia getting his knockout.
And Adolfo tried, he kept getting up, but he was just overmatched. And an impressive pro debut for Emilio Garcia. Obviously, as he gets experience, he'll start to calm down and settle in more. And those skills that he brings out from that vast amateur experience, we'll be able to see more and more of them. But a solid pro debut win.
Gentlemen, you can count the jabs on one hand that he threw. It was almost exclusively power shots.
Yeah. I think he wanted to make that statement. I think he'll settle in. Once you have some pro fights, you settle in and you start to realize, hey, I got to use a whole toolbox and not just the ones that are fun.
But also, with someone with so much experience that he has in the amateurs, and now being aligned with ProBox, he's going to get moved along very quickly. You see with him, even his physicality. Yeah, he's young, but he looks like a pro. He looks like a mature, physique. He came out there, he blew this guy out tonight, sure, but I think he's going to be stepping up very, very fast.
Right, and that's the thing. I mean, you also want to show that these kind of level of guys don't belong in the ring with you. So what do? You got to get rid of them.
You do this.
And that's what he did.
His coach saying he was having trouble making 139 at the end of his amateur career. I cannot imagine that kid at 139 that we're looking at now. This is a big man.
Yeah, he said he's going to grow into 154. He weighed 150.4 tonight, so a little light for junior middleweight, but he's young. He has the ability to mature and add some good lean tissue to that frame that he has.
But what did you see that you liked, Chris? You talked about the aggressiveness, his shot placement, very, very good. Did take some unnecessary counter punches.
Yeah, I like the aggression and the confidence. He's bringing that experience with him from the amateurs, and he didn't shy away from the impact. He didn't try and protect his nose. He went right for it. So I like that. I could tell in the fighter meetings yesterday this kid has a bright future.
Yeah, full of confidence. He believes he's going to be a world champion. Asked what his ceiling was. He said, "I don't have one.
None.
I can go all the way." Yep. Well, that is a good start. A first-round knockout. Lupe make it official. And this kid's pro debut, bright future for him. Emilio Garcia getting it done quickly. This is the last we're going to see of this kid in ProBox TV.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, an accumulation of punches obligates referee Rudy Barragan to stop this contest with an official time of 1 minute 32 seconds of the opening round. Una acumulación de golpes obliga al referee Rudy Barragan a parar la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto 32 segundos del primer episodio, declarando el vencedor por knockout, declaring the winner by way of knockout. In his pro debut, Emilio Mano Garcia.
It's said often that there are only so many minutes you can spend in a boxing ring. Those early fights, get them out of the way early. Don't take those big punches. You have more for later on in your career, Chris.
We don't get paid for overtime.
No overtime at all. Emilio Garcia looking absolutely fantastic. But you're right, Paulie. This is a guy the fans are going confidence and his ability to be a great professional. He didn't mince words. He comes across as confident, a little cocky, but not so much that he's overestimating his abilities. He just really believes he's world class now.
Yeah, it's confidence, not cockiness, right? And it ain't bragging if you could back it up, like Kid Rock used to say back when I was coming up.
Right. But when you look at this division, 154 pounds, this is a guy, and if you don't follow boxing, early 20s, you're in one weight class, mid-20s you're in another, late 20s, it's about 3 depending on the size you're in. This is a kid who might develop into a decent-sized middleweight when we're finally seeing him progress physically.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That maturity and then just natural growth over time and during those years. We'll see where he ends up, but he's got a good height, good frame, like I said. So I could easily see him at middleweight, maybe even higher, maybe at 68.
I can't believe he was making 39 or whatever he was. I didn't even know 39 existed. I thought it was 141 now. But either way, he's much bigger.
Absolutely unbelievable. More to come here on ProBox TV, where the action is continuing. Check it out.
San Bernardino boxing fan, ProBox is coming to town. The main event, undefeated Guatemalan star and world rank number 2, Lester Martinez, and the division's upset artist, Joet James. The co-feature is an all-Mexican battle. Action-packed Vladimir Hernandez returns to the ProBox ring against Isais Lucero in a can't-miss Fight of the Year contender.
Snake bit is the word. Lester Martinez, Joet James, finally going to see that in San Bernardino, California, 22nd of this month. But so much at stake here because Joet James, a little bit of an edge. He feels a little bit, it's a theme tonight, feel a little disrespected that this fight keeps falling through. I want to take it out on Lester Martinez, but Lester Martinez, an incredible pro with real ability. Chris, how much looking forward to this one?
Oh, I mean, I've been looking forward to it three assignments ago. You know, we keep keeping this thing pushed back. So something to think about is Joet James has had 3 camps to prepare for this fight. He didn't pull out any of them. He wasn't sick. He wasn't injured. He wasn't hurt. It wasn't him. He's had 3 camps to prepare for this fight.
Yeah, as I was telling the boss already, I'm done getting excited for this fight until they're in the ring. My balls are blue already. Boys.
Moving on from Paulie's balls, we'll go into the ring now, of course. You hear the crowd erupting for Justin Viloría from Whittier, California, just northeast of here. That's where Whittier is. But
talking to Justin yesterday made me feel very old, Jimmy. I'm sure you got the sense of that. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. Why? Because he's from a fighting family.
Fighting family, and his uncle was in my generation. And then he says he's 20 years old. I was like, dude, I was on cars with your uncle before you were even born. It's crazy.
Nothing like that to make you feel old. It's going to be absolutely outstanding, this second fight. Here's our tale of the tape. The 20-year-old out of Whittier, California, extensive amateur background, undefeated as a pro, full of confidence, 6-inch reach advantage. Also has a 4.5-inch height advantage over the fighter from Nicaragua. Lupe Contreras going to get us started.
We continue with the action here at Thunder Studios. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 6 rounds or less in the Super Featherweight division. Este combate a una distancia de 6 vueltas a división peso super pluma. Los jueces son, the judges are Carla Caiz, Fernando Villarreal, and Ivan Guillermo. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing white with red and blue trim, presentando en la esquina azul, vestido de blanco con vivos rojos y azules. Sobre la báscula, marcó un peso oficial de 132 libras y media on the scale. He registered an official 132.5 pounds. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring in his 32nd bout as a pro. Esta noche, sube al cuadrilátero en su 32º combate a nivel profesional. De sangre Nicoya, Managua, Nicaragua, Juan Centeno. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing light blue with white en la esquina roja, vestido de celeste con blanco, su peso oficial, 130 libras y media, his official weight, 130.5 pounds. Tonight, he enters professional boxing's newest proving ground, the ProBox TV ring, with an undefeated record of 7 victories. 5 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche pone en juego su récord invicto de 7 victorias. 5 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. The fighter with boxing in his blood and the KO in his DNA. From Whittier, California, the chosen, Justin Viloría. Our referee, David Sullivan.
Okay, fighters, listen, you're given instructions in the locker room. Expect a good team fight. Listen to my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times, okay? Right here is going to be good. Right here in this belt line here. Esta aquí está bueno, está aquí. Okay? Estamos en instrucciones, okay? Touch gloves. God bless you both.
We're ready to go. Round number 1. Justin Viloría in the blue and white. Look at this ability this kid has, undefeated.
I like that swagger with the
Tassels.
Tassels already.
fringes on his shorts and the
You don't see the French much.
matching shoes.
Yeah.
And he's a southpaw. Wow.
Juan Centeno, his opponent, in the red and white trunks.
I've heard nothing but good things about this kid.
Sparred Rayo Valenzuela to get ready for this fight, and it is showing he's being aggressive early.
Look how he's not smothering himself. Look at understanding punch selection. Good shot back by Sullivan.
Yep.
And by
Centeno.
Centeno.
Yep, he has short hooks, using those to counter, but getting physically overwhelmed early.
You know, Centeno's one of those guys who goes the distance. Yes, he has an upside-down record, but he's tough.
He's overwhelmed here.
Down early. On one knee in the first 30 seconds.
Viloria's uncle Brian, I was in a generation with him. He was the Hawaiian Punch, 1999 World Amateur Champion, 2000 U.S. Olympian, and World Champion multiple times as a pro. This guy's a chip off the old block as far as the family bloodline is concerned.
Great body work.
Oh, man. Overwhelmed is a perfect word, Paul.
And that is it.
Yeah, and he was almost, he's not even complaining there.
No.
You know, I wish I could have seen more Viloria here because I like, again, a lot of young fighters, they get so excited, they get started to smother their work when a guy's trapped like that. You saw the poise Viloria has in the way he's finishing. He's leveraging all his punches. He didn't get too excited to smother himself there.
When you talk about future stars, gentlemen, have we just seen two of them in a row? Two future fighters that may be stars at ProBox TV and beyond.
And he's got more swag. His uncle was more quiet. His uncle was a nice, quiet guy. His uncle was a Hawaiian puncher. He could punch in the ring, but he's quieter, more. This kid, you can see, he's got that swag. He enjoys the crowd. He enjoys playing to the crowd as he goes back after the stoppage and goes in, plays to the crowd a little bit.
But there are two fighters here in Long Beach, California, father and son, Antonio and AJ McKee. I know them both well, both mixed martial artists. And Antonio had a long, really good career. Didn't have the excitement level to get those big opportunities. His son went, I know you got to have swagger, you got to talk, you got to have an exciting.
I learned newer generation stuff, newer generation stuff, and especially today with social media and everything. These young kids, they got a little more swag.
I remember Prince Nassim Hamed. There's some guys who swag back in the day.
But I think people are more understanding of it now. As you can see, again, look at the fringes swaying through the air while he's throwing those combinations. Flashy stuff.
I love how he was relentless to the body and to the head, mixing up the punches so well.
Mixing up and not smothering.
And not smothering himself, exactly. Great balance.
Proper leverage.
Was able to go to the body on both sides. He's a southpaw, so he's got that lead hand hook that he was ripping to the body. You see the redness on the side of Centeno on his flanks. I mean, he tenderized him quick. He went right to work.
Centeno was intending to try. You could see he didn't even have the body language. He was looking to get out of the fight. He just like, dude, does this guy ever stop? He's not going to stop.
And two guys, Paul, you said it make you feel old because look at them, the physiques on these guys. They're young but lean, strong. Got men's builds.
He's got a good frame on him too. He hit 72-inch reach for a 130-pounder. That's
his uncle was a flyweight. So
yeah, exactly.
He's
very different bodies.
Bigger.
But a great fight from Justin Viloria. He said he had a long camp to get ready for this one. And sometimes when you have those long camps, Chris, somebody's got to pay.
Yeah.
I was in the gym for a long time. Somebody's paying for that. And it felt
chomping
like
at the bit.
He was chomping at the bit. Great way to put it. He was chomping at the bit for this fight. Very aggressive. He moves to 8-0, 6 knockouts. We make it official in the ring. Two quick ones so far on the Future Star Show here at ProBox TV. We keep right on rolling.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, the official time, 1 minute, 4 seconds of round number 1, el tiempo oficial. 1 minuto, 4 segundos del asalto número 1. Your winner, by KO, el vencedor por knockout. Still undefeated, the chosen, Justin Viloria.
What are they saying, Gladiator? Win the crowd? Viloria has won the crowd tonight. A lot of support.
Yeah, a lot of support, and they go home happy having seen this stoppage win tonight. And you know what? When you win the crowd, they look forward to seeing you again. So they tune back in.
Every single time, Viloria looking every bit the prospect we expected to see, moving to 8-0. And Chris, 2 fights where they're getting it done early. They're not wasting time there in the ring.
Yeah, we kind of expected that. With these future stars, we're making a pro debut, and it's someone with a ton of amateur experience. Brian Viloria said everything I heard about this kid was good. I heard he was a total beast. Guess what? He lived up to it. But I did hear that Centeno was going to be able to go rounds, but apparently not. We got some really talented talented young guys in this card.
One of the things we're always hearing, Chris, when we interview these guys, they drop names they're sparring with, and I'm going, man, you get in the ring with that guy, and it's almost like expected, like, hey, you're a great amateur, you got to be able to spar with, as he said, Rayo Valenzuela's of the
part of the experience, though, man. I think all the top amateurs wind up, sparring with top pros, and then when you turn pro, you sort of already have your feet wet. You've been in the ring with those guys. I know I was doing it in the amateurs. Chris, you were a kickboxer, you came right into boxing, and so you got your feet wet quick as well. So, I mean, I think it's just part of the baptism by fire if you're going to go far in boxing.
Well, Viloría, one of those guys where the best talent is coming to him. He talks about the sparring, the work he got, and it showed in that fight, staying undefeated yet again. 8-0, 6 knockouts for the fighter from Whittier, California. He's a short drive away from all the great gyms here in Southern California. He is ready to go. But it's one of those things where you're watching the Future Stars show. Of course, that leads to Contender Series, where we see the veteran fighters who may be a fight or two away from world championship status. Well, also, there are the fighters who were there before and are looking to get back. That's the case in our co-main event, in our main event. Gary Jonas, of course, putting all of these fights together, letting us know his philosophy, 50-50 all action fights. That's definitely we're going to get in the co-main and main. To speak about the co-main, here is Gary Jonas himself to talk about it. Take a listen.
He obviously got back on track with us. He had a big win against Joseph Adorno on our network or on our channel. And again, this is one of those fights I wouldn't know who to bet on. I wouldn't know who to pick. So I think it's going to be a fun fight. Walters is always intriguing to see what he's got left in the tank. And we'll find out what the young guy has. So great co-main event.
With a win here, how much does that move the needle for a guy like Nicholas Walters to get back in there at the championship level?
I think it's a big deal. I think Adorno is one good win, but Adorno is, do it again, right? If he comes in and he handles Torres nicely, and I think he makes a major statement that he's got a lot left in the tank and that he deserves a bigger fight. I think he's a big enough name that, there's a lot of work out there for him in that weight class. So you could be right, Chris. This could be the win that has the bigger networks and the bigger fights taken more seriously.
There comes a time when you are in control of your boxing career. Why? Because you're a veteran. You know all the tricks. Gentlemen, that is Nicholas Walters 100%. He knows how to control pace. He knows how to not make mistakes and make the young bucks take the risks. Is that the key tonight? He also knows how to stay calm under pressure, and he's going to need that tonight against Torres. Torres is the kind of guy who just brings it. I mean, he's like a burning building. He's just coming forward, throws a ton of punches. He's ripping the body. He's tall. He's long. He's youthful. Walters is going to have to slow down the pace, stay calm, look and pick his spots in between the offense of Koreano. So this fight, it's got a lot of storylines, based on where these guys are coming from and basically how different they are. I tell a lot of people the key to being a professional, Paulie, is you don't take an ass whooping personally. You're able to see something that may get people excited or angry, and you're calm and cool, and he's going to need that tonight. As you said, Torres brings it, but can Walters kind of stay calm in the eye of the storm? Well, that's the thing. When you get older, you learn how to offset that youth energy if you do it right. Okay, of course, if there's intense youth energy, sometimes it overwhelms you when you're older. We'll see tonight, but so far, Nicholas Walters has shown in this sort of second run in his career that he understands how to be savvy and offset that youth energy of the younger guys that he's been fighting. And if he can do it against Koreano Torres, I think he really starts to now get that momentum going where you can start to be considered into those bigger fights. Now, Torres at 20-1, one thing that these young fighters understand is the size of the opportunity in front of them to beat a guy like Nicholas Walters, and especially to do it in dramatic fashion. Chris, he's not stupid. He knows this takes him to that next level. He sees what ProBox TV is all about. Yes, if you're going to be in tough fights, but it is a springboard. We're seeing more and more fighters that, as you said, we're the sub-championship level. But guess what? We're starting to bleed into the championship level. These guys are cutting their teeth here and getting ready for these opportunities. And not only are they getting ready, they actually are ready once they arrive. So, Torres sees that. He sees what's been happening. He's been on our air before, and he understands the opportunity in front of him tonight against Walters. Yeah, Floyd Mayweather said his father told him that once. He said, I've been your age. You've never been my age. Yeah. Nicholas Walters can look at this guy and go, yeah, I remember being that young buck. Simply said, but very deep. Yep. Exactly. It's one of those things where Nicholas Walters can look across the ring and go, yeah, I've been where you are. You've never been where I am. Yeah. You don't have my savvy. You don't have my calm. Yeah, you want to get there. I fought Lomachenko. Yeah. I knocked out Nonito Donaire. I tore him apart. You want to get to where I am, and he has the ability to defend it. But when every time you talk to Nicholas Walters, it's about confidence. It's about his ability to basically take younger fighters places they have never been before. For an older fighter, this man oozes confidence, and he sees this as the opportunity it is. Not an opportunity for Torres, but an opportunity for him. Let's see what the veteran had to say about this fight.
Well, you know, it's a great opportunity. Fighting a younger fighter, you know, I always show up. I'm working hard. I'm here with Coach Jaime. This is my second camp with him. We were successful in the first camp against Joseph Adorno and ProBox also. So we're looking for nothing less. We're gonna come. We're gonna bring the heat, and we're gonna do what we have to do to win.
I look at you when you're fighting. I look at you like through this part of your career. I feel like you're enjoying it more now than when you were young, and you're supposed to enjoy it more when you're young. You know?
You know what? With experience beat time, but and time give experience also. But you know, when you're fighting these young cat, these guys they tend to come in with two things. They come in with power and youth. And then if with me and I get past, I power doesn't move me, and the youth I use experience to get over it. So you know, being in the ring with the younger guys, you know, it's not new. I've seen a lot of things during my career. So you know, I'm just comfortable, and I'm trying to give the fans good fights. And that's what I'm training to give the fans good fight. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just enjoying myself. You have to enjoy yourself. The day that I'm not enjoying myself, I'll just leave it alone. But for now, I'm enjoying myself. My family's enjoying the fights. And I'm doing it for the fans and for my family, my country, both Panama and Jamaica. You know, it's just great. During my career, to be honest, I don't really study too much of my opponent. Don't be bothered too much about my opponent, because you know what? At the end of the day, when the bell ring, you have to go out there and fight. So you can't, and every fight is different, because the way that he's gonna fight me is not the same way that he fight the other opponents. You know, it's not the same. Every fight is different. So, and even if you fight the same guy twice, the fight's still not gonna be the same fight. So you have to just do your work. For me personally, I just do my work and try to tighten up on my end, still make less mistakes, and try to make him make mistakes and counteract his mistakes. So you know, that's what we do. We're not really worried about fighter at my age now. Worrying about what a fighter gonna come to do. It's just definitely on my plan. I'm planning on him going there and execute what my coaches and I'm working on here in camp.
Chris, you are working with people like, you know, your cousins, people you know that are getting started in the boxing business. You got to record "That Power Don't Bother Me" and play that for them when they are feeling down. That level of confidence of, you know, power doesn't bother me. I've been around it too much. It's a great mentality to keep in mind, Chris.
Yeah, listen, I love everything about the way that Walters has been, his aura, the way he's been talking to us in our interviews, the way that he's been around at the weigh-ins. You know, he was flashing his beautiful Spanish yesterday when talking to Juan Manuel Marquez in the fighter meetings, because he does live in Panama. I mean, he's a very impressive guy, former world champion, destroyed Nonito Donaire, who was the first ballot Hall of Famer, one of my favorite fighters of all time. I was actually there live at that fight. Nicholas Walters is a problem. And the fact that he has this boxing skill to go along with it that I never knew about just watching him back in the day makes him that much more of a problem.
Also, Paulie, you get this idea that he's kind of playing with house money at this stage in his career. Not that he doesn't want to be champion again, because he does, but this idea of, you know, he's got all the chips.
He's enjoying himself. Yeah. You know, sometimes you get a little older, you're still doing it. There's that urge you have inside you to want to keep fighting, but you're bitter about having to train because you can get injured. You know, there's other things that can happen. But
you start the old man it.
Yeah, you start the old man it, exactly. You know how to be savvy, but you start the old man it. I don't get that feeling from Walters. I get that feeling like Walters has a youthful energy to him, even though he is a little older. You know, he has a youthful personality to him, and he looks very, very happy and always upbeat when we talk to him. And it's not faking it, because then he goes in the ring and he performs. So it's not like he's faking like, I got to show that I got something I don't really have anymore. No, he actually does have it. You know, we've seen him in the ring. He was very impressive against Joet, who was a rather dangerous prospect, and we're going to see how he does against Koreano Torres tonight.
But in that Adorno fight, I'm glad you brought it up. You called it during the fight, Chris. You're like, Adorno isn't able to dictate like you think a younger guy would dictate that fight. Even when he tried to kind of increase the volume, it never really worked. He was always uncomfortable. Is that a good way to put it, Chris?
And he started to increase the pressure later in the fight, and Walters stymied that every step of the way and just stayed one step ahead. Even when at Walters, he had an injured nose later in the fight. He got hit with a left hook that busted his nose up. Didn't let it bother him. You know, he got hit with some low blows, got hit after the bell. You know, the ref took advantage, took control of the ring. But Walters, I mean, he was the man that night, and that's why he came away with that unanimous decision win.
Paulie, you say it about when we talk about B-Hop. He knew how to win rounds late in his career. He didn't know how to win fights necessarily. He knew how to win rounds. You win enough rounds, you win the fight.
If you have a big enough reputation, you can fight not to lose rounds, and the judges a lot of times will give them to you. You can't do that when you're younger. When you're younger, you sort of got to build your reputation. You got to fight hungry. When you're older, you know, sometimes, and you have a big reputation, or you have a reputation as an ex-champion, sometimes the judge will look at you with a little bit of an aura, and then they'll kind of fall into your little traps and your little old Manning style, and you know how to, you know, sort of not lose the rounds. Yes, every older guy does that, but against Adorno, I felt like Walters was actually going to win the rounds. He was actually working. He wasn't trying to, you know, do a lot less and show a lot more result for a lot less work. He was actually going in there and working every round. So again, he gets a little older every year. Let's see how he fights tonight against Koreano Torres, because so far he's looked the part even at this age.
One thing about Torres that we have come to expect in ProBox TV is his ability to press the action. He is always aggressive. Will that be on display tonight? Let's find out.
Sí, claro, es la pelea más importante, ya que Walter es un campeón del mundo y él tiene muchos nombres que son conocidos a nivel mundial en su récord. Es la oportunidad más importante que me podía haber llegado en mi vida ahorita. Es la pelea más importante. Es lo que me tiene mucho más motivado, ¿sabe? El tipo de rival, el tipo de pelea que es una pelea que primero Dios ganando me va a llevar al siguiente nivel, a poderme meter a peleas mucho más importantes. Y claro que sí, él es conocido a nivel mundial, Lalo, y es una pelea de suma importancia para mí. La pelea con Danev no hay excusas para una derrota, porque el muchacho también iba preparado. Solo él me ganó bien, me ganó de una manera bien, me podría decir yo, y no tengo excusas para eso, y creo que he estado arreglando todos esos detalles, por eso estamos acá en Vegas haciendo nuestra preparación y para afinar todos esos problemillas que tenía en mi boteo. Walter tiene, como dices tú, él tiene mucha experiencia en el boteo, ya que ha enfrentado a lo mejor de las divisiones por tiempo atrás, ¿no? La experiencia está de su lado, pero pues yo ahorita me siento...
Rest in peace, of course, to the great Gene Hackman, one of his greatest movies, Unforgiven. I used to quote all the time, I ain't getting killed for lack of shooting back. Torres, one of those guys, he's not saving any bullets, Paulie.
Nothing to save him for.
When the gun battle is over, he's got no bullets in his pocket.
And in that way, he's the opposite of Adorno. Adorno was like he was saving bullets for something we couldn't figure out, and he didn't get off enough, and Walters beat him. Tonight, I don't think Torres is going to present that problem for Walters, so Walters is going to have to figure out a different route to victory.
The great Emmanuel Stewart said it, can't take your punches home with you.
Yeah, Adorno was punching like every punch cost him money. Yeah. and with Koreano, man, he empties the clip every round. I mean, I'm really excited for this fight.
He fights like a billionaire. I can spend all this money, it doesn't matter. That ability 100% on display. We'll see if it's on display tonight. You're looking at Tariq Green from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You know about the gym wars there. Got a late start in his boxing career, but as he says on his shirt, no days off. He is prepared and ready to go. Tough test in front of him. And Joshua Anton, the young fighter from Palmdale, California. Out in the desert here in California, undefeated, 9-0, 8 wins by knockout. As we continue here in our Future Stars show, let's take a look at the tail of the tape. A guy with incredible physical ability, Joshua Anton. What jumps off the page? 6'3.5". That half, very, very important, only 26 years old. 156.4. Actually, Green having the reach advantage, which is very, very interesting. But 34 years old, 6 feet tall, so tall in his own right. But a fighter who is 6'3.5" is going to have a serious advantage when it comes to being able to hit and not get hit and return. Can Tariq Green overcome that height disparity against Joshua Anton? That is the question. We interviewed these fighters back to back. I could not believe they were fighting in the same weight class. Teddy Atlas says it. He says the skinny fighters, man, they hit hard. Lupe Contreras, get us going.
We continue with the action here inside the Thunder Studios. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This bout, 6 rounds or less in the Super Welterweight division. Este duelo, 6 vueltas a una distancia en la división Super Welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Carla Cais, Fernando Villarreal, and Iván Guillermo. In the blue corner, en la esquina azul, vestido de rojo con azul y blanco. He steps in wearing red with blue and white trim. His official weight, 157 1/4 pounds. Su peso oficial, 157 libras y un cuarto. En 10 combates profesionales. Mantiene un récord de 5 victorias, con 3 derrotas, 2 empates y 3 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. In 10 bouts as a pro, he maintains a record of 5 victories against 3 losses, 2 bouts even. 3 of those victories coming by way of KO. Reppin' North Philadelphia, PA, Tariq Showtime Gray. In the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con vivos blancos y negros. He steps in wearing blue with white and black trim. His official weight, 156 1/2 pounds. Su peso oficial, 156 libras y media. Tonight, he puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 9 victories, 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche sube el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV invicto a nivel profesional, con 9 victorias, 8 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. From Palmdale, California, Joshua Kevin Anton. Our referee, Rudy Barragán.
All right, guys, you guys got your instructions in the back, okay? Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. You guys got 6 rounds. Good luck.
You see which fighter is 6'3". He is in the blue and silver trunks. It is Joshua Anton from Palmdale, California.
6'3" light middleweights, bro.
Man, unbelievable.
And he's busy. He throws a ton of punches. He's a volume puncher. So you got a tall, long guy, throws a lot of punches.
Tariq Green, you see him in the blue and red, 6 foot. Does have a reach advantage. Can he use it? We're underway in round number 1. Coming out, of course, in the southpaw stance.
Tariq Green, lightest of his career tonight.
He's a man who fought up in the light heavyweight division. He says, I'm used to big, strong guys. This guy doesn't intimidate me. Calls himself a dog fighter. I need to get inside and make this fight close, although he's playing the outside right now.
Oh, you know, he was a fighter from Philadelphia. You know, they tend to have that reputation. They tend to pride themselves on that ability to, you know, rough it out and be in those junkyard dog kind of fights, you know. Let's see, because Anton is expected to, you know, bring a big pace and see what kind of answer Green has. So far, a little slow pace to start this fight.
9-0, 8 wins by knockout for Anton. And coming off the first decision of his career, said it felt good. It felt like I could really work the whole time. It was more about volume and hasn't punched a whole lot so far in this fight.
Yeah, I made it a point to ask him about that. You know, what was it like going the distance, fighting a veteran in Cameron Correal, but also, you know, conditioning-wise, when you're a guy who throws a lot of punches and you're used to getting knockouts, 8 KOs and 9 wins, you know, that first time going the distance can be a little bit of a struggle. But he said no. He said he felt good throughout.
19.
So far,
Yep.
So far, Green looks pretty comfortable at that middle range. You know, sometimes, you know, with guys like this, if they can overwhelm you, you start to move all over the ring. Green has stayed at that sort of the string of that middle range the whole time, fighting back. Good shots, good exchange here.
Yeah, Green, you can tell Green knows how to fight. I mean, I mentioned the world famous Philly gym wars. You can tell, you know, in the confidence that he had in the fighter meeting yesterday and the way he's fighting now. This guy's been in many of them.
Yeah, both fighters throwing hooks over the top. Anton was told by his coach at 19, hey man, straighten up and show me dedication. I'm not coaching you anymore. And he said that woke him up. He's one of those guys, Chris, who kind of got by. Oh, bad clash of heads. One of those guys, Chris, who kind of got by on his physical talent early on and then started putting the work in.
I mean, listen, when you got the physical gifts that Anton has, you know, a gas tank, the height, the reach, you know, you gotta put it all together, because this sport, there's no halfway boxing.
Coach calls him a cardio freak. He's always putting in the road work. Says that showed in my decision win. Clash of heads, no surprise, consider the height disparity. And also Southpaw versus Orthodox. We're back underway in round number 1.
But normally it's the taller fighter who takes the worst of headbutts. In that case, the taller fighter actually did the damage.
Once again, Green has the reach advantage, so.
Green has now a couple of times he's used, good left hand by Anton. Seen a couple of times good right hand by Anton as well.
Another good straight left.
Green always comes right back.
That right hand I meant was by Green.
Right.
But a couple times Green has now grabbed the back of the neck of Anton and will hit him with uppercuts when Anton does lead in. So there is, you know, maybe that clash of heads is a little bit on Anton as he's.
Oh, nice right hand. Ooh. Good hook over the top, gentlemen. A fight has broken out at the end of round number 1. Very entertaining round, and Green did not come here to lose, gentlemen.
Not at all. He was picking his spots really nicely there in that exchange at the end. It just seems like he's got the little quicker hands, a little less fat on the punches, was able to sneak a couple good shots through, especially with that right hand.
Yeah, and after that headbutt, it seemed like things opened up just a little bit more. That was that clash of heads. That was a big
nasty shot.
Yeah, and that was also Anton flying in, you see, with the head. And, you know, you'll notice a couple of times in that round, and I'm curious to see if we see it this round, where when Anton does get close to the head, you see Green grab him in the back of the neck and sort of hold him for a couple of uppercuts. It's dirty, but so is coming in with your head. So, you know what, you got a response for it.
One of the things referees tend to do is they tend to ignore the get back a little bit, right, Paul? Like, you take a headbutt, okay, well, then you can grab a little bit back of the head. Like, all right, you want to play that way, go ahead and play that way.
Yeah. Guys would button me. I used to try to, you know, grab them and push their head down. If I get one, I'd be like, yo, get his head off my face, you know? So, if the ref ain't going to do it, you got to do it. You got to protect yourself somehow.
Yeah, in round number 2. What has been a very entertaining fight so far. Anton thought he was going to walk over the fighter from Philly. He's got another thing coming.
Well, usually Philly guys ain't walkover guys.
Yeah.
You don't want to what their records are.
Even if the record is upside down, if they're from Philly, they know how to fight.
You just won't make it through the gym without that.
Yeah, Green can fight. You can see it. Just got cracked with a right hook there.
Good job staying in the pocket against the taller. Oh, another good right hand.
That's been a great weapon for him, that straight right hand, right down the middle, splitting the guard of the southpaw Anton. Good awareness from Green, too. You see him catching and shooting with those shots, blocking with his elbows.
Yeah, and that's one of the advantages he has about, you know, holding his ground a lot the way he has been at that middle range, you know. A lot of times these big, tall guys sort of confuse your range and you start to, you know, move in and out a little too much. But I think Green has a solid understanding of how he's got to fight Anton. Not an easy fight to fight either way, but he's got a solid understanding of how he's going to fight Anton, and he's been able to make some contact with him in some close rounds here.
Yeah, champ, normally when you fight taller guys, you either fight all the way out or all the way in. Green's not. He's fighting in the middle because he's able to catch and shoot, and he's got good awareness on defense.
Another good right hand. That's 2 in a row.
Yeah, you see there, the top back of the head is holding down, trying to hold for the uppercut. Gotta watch those clash of heads on the inside.
When we talked to Green, he was excited about this opportunity. He knows what it means to knock off an undefeated fighter.
Oh, good straight left hand and a right hook up top from Anton lands solidly. But Green took it well.
So the pace starting to pick up now, guys.
Yeah, this is going to come down to conditioning and will.
That's one thing Anton prides himself on, is his conditioning.
Yeah, he's forcing Green to really fight with him now.
Green trying to back him up, so maybe, you know, hoping that if he backs him up, he'll stop punching, but Anton continues to punch, backing up or staying on the inside.
Hard body shots from Anton.
Oh, good shot to the head there by Anton, guys.
Started with 3 good body shots. There's another one.
Yeah, the pace starting to make a difference here for that Anton's bringing. And this is the reputation we knew he had. Eventually, now it's finally started here. He warmed into the fight. Now he's moving those hands.
The volume puncher. We were talking about the great Paul Williams. He says, I like that kind of style. I overwhelm guys. I break them down and I make them quit, but no quit so far in Green.
He spars guys like Sergey Bohachuk, right? And
Virgil Ortiz.
Virgil Ortiz. He said Madrimov, Bohachuk, Fundora.
So basically the who's who at 154 pounds. He's been in there with them.
You gotta be busy with those kind of guys.
Right. Literally the top 5 guys in the division.
And top guys.
Oh,
big shot
good left hand from the southpaw stance. Round is almost over. Green now holding on for the first time in this fight. Another great round, but on Anton seeing things go his way in round number 2.
And you can see why those guys use Anton for sparring. You know, guys, championship level fighters love guys that can hang and give them work by throwing those punches and, force them to work. It's not easy to find guys like that.
His coach was talking about how Bohachuk was like head down, but man, this kid just won't quit.
Yeah.
Anton, man, he's one of those guys. He's only successful at one speed. He's got to be all in. He's got to be all in. That first round, Green was finding his spots, but that second round was all Anton as he just poured on the pressure and was drilling left hands to the body and to the head, mixing up his punches really well, high and low. And you can see the calm breathing in the corner from Anton. He does have a gas tank.
We begin round number 3. Can Green recover? That is the question. Referee's checking the mouthpieces. We're underway. Round number 3. See if the fighter known as a cardio freak turns it on. May have a tired fighter in front of him right now. Green only spent 2 years in the amateurs, jumped right into the pros, started late.
And Green now moving. He was holding his ground in the other rounds, but now he's moving. And Anton trying to chase him and then trying to bring that pace again, trying to force Green to fight at that pace.
Anton, good short punches.
You can see the power is different, though. When Anton's going forward, his punches are much heavier. A lot of times forward, front-footed fighters, it takes their power away when you back them up. Anton was having trouble finding his power in round 1, but round 2 and round 3 here, looking very, very strong. Oh, body shot. That's my favorite punch from the southpaw, is that left-handed shuttle punch to the liver.
Green not punching back as much now. He's trying to get in that shoulder roll and being a little bit defensive-minded.
Green's corner saying he's tired. I'm sure Green is thinking, yeah, so am I.
Yeah, Green hasn't thrown a punch in a bit. Let's see what he's doing here. Let's see if his mindset is starting to turn more into sparring partner mentality, or if he's going to keep trying to win the fight like he had been before.
This one's scheduled for 6. And now Anton showing plenty of energy, standing in the pocket, throwing good short punches. Oh, another good power shot up against the ropes.
Good uppercut there from Green, right in the middle, splits the guard. But Anton walked right through it.
And round number 1, he threw enough to kind of back Anton off at certain points, but none of that power and accuracy.
And now
not
Anton's
there.
also warmed up, and so once Anton's warmed up, he's looking for it.
Since the first one, Anton has been a runaway train. He's just pouring on the pressure.
And once you stop, that's the thing. He's going to keep throwing, and that's where Green's having a problem, and he stopped punching back as much. Big left hook there from Anton, a right hook.
Not giving a young fighter from Palmdale a reason to back up.
And you see now Anton doesn't really back off much, even when Green throws back. Before, Green was having more success when he threw back.
There's not much heat on the punches anymore coming from Green.
Yeah, overwhelming style. That's how Anton's key to success here.
Yeah, I mean, he boils you in there. Keeps the temperature, keeps raising it, keeps raising it, keeps raising it.
By the time you want to jump out, it is too late. 10 seconds left to go in round number 3. The tide in this fight certainly has turned toward Joshua Anton, seeing everything go his way.
San Bernardino boxing fans, ProBox is coming to town. The main event, Lester Martinez and the division's upset artist, Sean James.
March 22nd, Saturday fight out here in Southern California yet again. San Bernardino, just northeast of here. The foothills of Los Angeles. It's going to be a great card. Sean James, Lester Martinez, can't wait to see it. If you're looking in the corner of Tariq Green, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And that round number 3, overwhelming is the word I would use. Chris, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the momentum is completely in Anton's corner. He has been just delivering. After that first round, we started a little bit slow. It's been all Anton.
Yeah, and you're starting to see Tariq sort of, fighting like a guy with 3 losses, where it's like he's not willing to dig in as much to try to chase the victory. In the first round, he was giving Anton some trouble, but since then, Anton has been more and more the guy who's sort of in chase and stalk mode, and Green is sort of in full defensive posture. As you can see, he's not firing and catching and shooting anymore like he was earlier.
Halfway through this 6-round fight.
Yeah, Anton's the kind of guy, you can't give him any space. It's like you're fighting uphill. If you take a backward step, he's just got all that momentum.
He's a taller fighter who doesn't wait for you to come to him. He's physically very, very aggressive. That's a rare combination, gentlemen.
And he likes to fight on the inside. Tall fighters that can punch on the inside are rare. Anton can do it.
You don't get the sense that any one punch is really bothering Green. It's the accumulation that's starting to wear him down.
Consistency, accumulation, the body work, the way he's mixing up the head and body. And just, these punches come from weird angles for Southpaw. So he lands that left hand in a variety of ways.
I mean, he's not punching it with much intent anymore. He's punching sort of just like, hey, man, stay away from me type of punches. And I don't think that's going to work against Anton, who's now growing in confidence. And as he continues to stalk Green and sees the success he's having. You notice it's Anton who's always first at this point. And so
he's first and last.
Yeah, Green is just reacting at times, but he's never leading with the action.
And often cornering himself. He spent a lot of time against the ropes and in the corner in round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially just walking himself around the ring along the ropes and from corner to corner.
I say all the time, the agreement, I'm not going to try and win if you don't try to hurt me. We'll see if Green has made that agreement with himself. Or if he's going to try to fight back.
His legs.
He is down. And he is right in front of us. I would be amazed if he got up. And he will not. Referee has waved it off. What a finishing combination by Joshua Anton.
You could see his legs just went.
Yeah,
and the follow-up ended up stopping the fight. So a subtle stoppage. This fight was sort of trying to take the momentum. It's sort of going into that pace where, Anton was you felt like he wasn't going to do enough to get the stoppage because Green was sort of in survival mode, and it was going to be difficult to stop him. But he lands that big shot. You could see it happen right in front of us, like you said, Jimmy. Green's legs sort of did a wobble, and Anton pounced on him right away. Great finish.
And the legs go, the body followed, fell right in front of us. Referee counted to about 6. He was not going to beat that count. Merciful stoppage by the referee. Excellent job.
That was good awareness from Anton. A lot of times when guys are inside fighters the way that they are, you hurt a guy and you almost miss it because you're too close to the action.
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was aware when he hurt him. He saw that leg that you saw, Paulie, and jumped on him right away.
Take a look at it again. Talk us through it.
That's that shot right there. He's backing up. Sort of, again, you see Green not punching in between when he's taking moments for his walks. Before, he was sort of holding more ground. So when you start doing that, you sort of get a little suspect defensively.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the follow-up after that left hand. That initial left hand hurt him, and then the follow-up ended the fight pretty brutally.
Whenever Green backed out straight with his head up in the air, he got caught. Because you got a taller guy, he's just going to punch to where you're going.
He was so tired, he was backing up nonchalantly. He felt like as long as I move, he's not going to attack me until I stop. Well, Anton wasn't cooperating like that. He wasn't waiting until you stopped. He was in attack mode even while you're moving.
Runaway train.
That's why you got to be alert all the time with guys like Anton. You can't think you're going to go for your free walks and then I'll set myself defensively. That's how Green approached that. That's why he got caught while he was on the move.
Also, Anton didn't look for one big punch when he had him hurt. He looked for a combination, and look at the numbers. That tells the story of the fight. 98 thrown punches. When it comes to the jabs, 177 power punches, the total 275. This is a guy who has a very bright future if he can keep that volume up.
34 body shots landed, and he was just sneaking them in. You know, that's a good number. 34 body shots and that in so few rounds. That really wears on you, and that's why we saw Green start to wilt round after round.
18-0 are our first three fighters, our first three winners on this Future Stars card. We are living up to the name.
Time of 1 minute 57 seconds of round number 4. Damas y caballeros, dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, el referee Rudy Barragán para la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto 57 segundos del cuarto episodio. El vencedor por knockout, your winner by way of KO, still undefeated, Joshua Kevin Anton.
As I said, we are now 18-0, our first three victors. Another bright future here on ProBox TV, or Future Stars. We're living up to the name.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was excited for all of these guys to fight when we were at the fighting meeting. They all exuded tremendous amount of confidence. They all had great, pedigree going into these matchups. And we thought they were in tough fights, but they made it look easy tonight.
Yeah, they certainly did. But the combination that Joshua Anton brings, you understand why his coach, A, had so much faith in him, and B, had to kind of kick him in the butt to get him going, because 6'3", he just had a lot of physical gifts, but he's turned the corner and made cardio a big part of his offense. And Paulie, is there anything more intimidating than someone in front of you who you know is not going to quit punching?
Not just ground for punching, but also knows how to close the gap. You see, Anton knows how to press, stress you, bring it to you. It's one thing if a guy throws a lot of punches, but you can control range. This guy's got pretty quick feet. He closed the gap quickly, as Green found out as he was when the fight ended. That left hand that hurt Green to start that final salvo. Green thought he was at a distance enough, and he thought he was safe while he's moving. And Anton closed that gap really fast and hurt him.
Also an interesting contradiction here, where he was a good inside fighter, threw a lot of short punches. It's almost like Green forgot he could hit long because he's so tall. He didn't fight tall throughout the fight until the end.
Yep, good point. Yep.
And all of a sudden, that big power shot from the southpaw stance, that left hand extends all the way, and bang, it is over. Beautiful job, moving to 10-0 with 9 knockouts. Joshua Anton out of Palmdale, just getting going in his career, but he earned that one. Green in round number 1, very, very tough. He had to pull away with the cardio, the volume, as we keep on going when it comes to, that's right, our Future Stars here in Long Beach, California, Thunder Studios. Ramon Cardenas waving to us across the ring. A lot of boxing luminaries in the crowd tonight. It is a great show here in Long Beach, California. Thunder Studios, a fantastic venue. These fighters have put it all on the line so far, but when you look at it, we have another great fight coming up in just a few minutes. Undefeated Irishman, 4-0. Brandon McCarthy versus Jose Rodriguez from Southgate, California. This is one of those hotbeds of boxing. Jen, we talk about the Philly gym wars. You just don't make it if you're not tough. Well, LA, same deal. That culture, you don't make it out of these gyms if you're not tough and skilled as well.
Yeah. And you come up in certain boxing hotbeds. And the amateurs, I remember I knew them. If I fought a fighter from certain regions, certain places, you knew it was going to be a fight, even if you didn't know who he was. Because if he came out of that region at the Nationals and he made the Nationals, that means he had to fight his way out in tough fights to get there. So, certain regions are there, and of course Southern Cal is one of those as well.
And of course, Brandon McCarthy out of Ireland, now training at the famed Wild Card Gym. And you talk about that intimidation level, and we've seen some fighters on our air, Chris, who come from not a boxing hotbed, and you go, hey, look, you got to move out to one of them if you're going to make it to that next level in your career. And it's that intimidation factor. It's the idea that, moving out to a place like that is incredibly intimidating. Imagine going from Ireland, which does have some decent amateurs, some decent professionals too, the Wild Card Gym where you're watching the idols.
It's also a different culture, what I'm saying? You move into a different country, a different culture. But it can be exciting as well. When you're chasing your dreams, there's and you're young, there's an energetic feel to every day. There's a what does the world have waiting for me today kind of a mentality. It's a great part of your life.
A comfort zone is a great thing, but nothing grows there. Yeah, Paulie and I, champ, we both left New York. We left what was comfortable to go put ourselves in uncomfortable situations to train. Whether it was California, whether it was Las Vegas, whether it was South Florida, we traveled a lot to do this, and that's exactly what McCarthy has done. He's coming from an amateur hotbed where he fought. Ireland, and those international experience that you get out there is invaluable. But when you come here to the pros, it's a whole different thing. Going to a place like Wildcard, going to California, I think that's a really good move for him this early in his pro career.
Yeah. People ask you all the time, what are you thinking about when you're walking to the ring, or in my case, walking to the cage? And I go, you always think about what I did to get here. I've sparred with great guys. There's nothing I'm going to see in there that I haven't seen before. And that is a source of your confidence, somebody coming in right now.
When your preparation is there, you're more confident.
Exactly. You don't think about, God, could I have done that last run? You know you did the run. And that's the important part. And you see right there, getting into the ring, Jose Rodriguez out of Southgate, California, a record of 7-2. 3 of those wins by knockout. And from the Knockouts gym, said he had a great camp and great sparring partners. Got a month preparation. He said, to win, all I need to do is be myself. And there is Brandon McCarthy. If you can't tell which fighter's from Ireland, it's that guy. It's Brandon. In case you're wondering, what's the Irish guy? It's the guy who looks like he's never seen the sun. Yeah. That is Brandon. McCarthy.
They don't get much sun over there.
Don't get a whole lot of sun. He does in LA. Yeah, he's staying out of the sun in Southern California. You see it here from Kilkenny, Ireland. Both fighters 24 years old. Jose Rodriguez from here, Southgate, California. Weighed in about the same, a slight reach advantage for Jose Rodriguez. But the difference here is that Rodriguez 9 professional fights, more than double the total of Brandon McCarthy. Will that pro experience be the difference in this fight? That is 100% the question. He says, I don't care where this kid is from. He doesn't have what I have. Comes from a boxing family, does Rodriguez, and that's where all his confidence comes from. I've been here before as a professional, and you haven't. Lupe Contreras ready to go. Ireland versus here in Southern California. Let's hear it.
We continue with the action here at Thunder Studios. This is ProBox TV. Again, being presented to you by Roberto Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online, along with Wild Casino. This contest, 6 rounds in the lightweight division. Este combate, 6 vueltas, división peso ligero. Los jueces son, the judges are Iván Guillermo, Jack Reese, and David Soliven. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing red with white trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de rojo con vivos blancos. Sobre la báscula, marcó un peso oficial de 138 libras y media on the scale. He registered an official 138.5 pounds. Esta noche, en su 10º combate a nivel profesional, con 7 victorias, 2 derrotas y 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring for the 10th time as a pro, with 7 victories against only 2 losses, 3 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Southgate, California, and representing Jocotepec, Mexico, Jose Rodriguez. In the red corner, he steps in wearing white with green and orange trim en la esquina roja, vestido de blanco con vivos verdes y color naranja, su peso oficial. Un peso idéntico de 138 libras y media. He weighed in at an identical 138.5 pounds. En su 5º combate a nivel profesional, con un récord invicto de 4 victorias. Una de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. He enters for the 5th time as a professional with an undefeated record of 4 victories. One of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of the famed Wildcard Boxing Gym and representing Kilkenny, Ireland, Brandon McCarthy. Our referee, Thomas Taylor.
Boxer chief second. Boxer chief second. Okay, cornerman, real quick. Everything on the green letters, bottom of the green letters up is going to be good. Bottom of the white letters and up is going to be good. Guys, got my instructions in the back. Protect yourselves at all times. Listen to my commands. Touch them up. Back to your corner, gentlemen.
His shorts are on to honor Israel Vasquez. Recently passed away. He started out with Israel. He says, my shorts are to honor him. Jose Rodriguez. It's why he's wearing them. His opponent, Brandon McCarthy, of course, adorned in the Irish flag, and we are ready to go. Round number 1.
Rodriguez got a little bit of a cheer in the beginning as well.
Yeah.
Sees a local guy. See how that makes McCarthy react. Usually when you're undefeated and you're the prospect, usually you're playing in places where the crowd is for you.
Oh, nice left hook.
Yeah, that was a nice slapping left hook there.
Good check to keep McCarthy at a distance.
You know, this is a real stiff test for Brandon McCarthy. This point of his career. Got a guy with more double his pro experience. You know, he's big for the weight class. You see the height, the reach. You know, you got a guy you fighting basically in his backyard.
I always know, Chris, when I look over and I see the face, I know this is a tough one, and you made it before this fight.
Yeah, so this is a real fight for McCarthy.
He is right now staying very, very tight. He says, I got into boxing because my parents couldn't afford anything else. Couldn't afford the equipment for another sport. I have family in boxing, so that's what I did. Had 40 amateur fights, did have some national and international experience as an amateur.
Nice little 1-2 there by McCarthy to close the gap behind a couple of jabs. Rodriguez is holding his ground well, though. Keeps that mental pressure on. It'll force McCarthy to think a little bit.
Nice jab from Rodriguez.
McCarthy had a 6-week camp to get ready for this. His coach said he needed to settle down a little bit at wild card. Stop trying to impress everybody. Just be yourself. And now he's much more comfortable. So walking in there, incredibly intimidating.
Good thing about, you know, that training, you're fighting Mexican fighters, so you got a lot of experience, you know, coming out of a gym like that. There's plenty of Mexican sparring partners to use, but man, that jab from Rodriguez is
been
heavy and accurate.
A little combination there by McCarthy. Finished with a jab up top, guys.
Kind of seen the difference in this fight. Single punches. It looks like Rodriguez very, very sharp and powerful, but McCarthy's throwing very good combinations.
Yeah, fast hands from McCarthy. He's letting those combinations rip.
McCarthy's jab also.
Oh,
little hook there.
nice. Good body, too.
Look at that head movement.
I'll tell you, good little battle here. Good little chest at high speed being fought here between these two guys.
I like how McCarthy keeps his head moving. He's staying off that center line. He's got that tick-tock going up and down.
Yeah, and he punches off it.
Yep.
So it's hard to see when he's going to pull the trigger.
I love seeing young guys with that 3D head movement.
But also, I like how
nice.
Right hand there by McCarthy. But I like how Rodriguez holding his ground as well. You know, it's continuing that mental pressure. Even if McCarthy does land, it doesn't back Rodriguez off him a lot. It forces McCarthy to give that ground, which can have, you know, cause him a little mental difficulties as the fight wears out. Let's see how that starts to play out. As
some blood coming out of the nose of Rodriguez already.
And now it must have been that right hand. That was that sharp right hand about 30 seconds ago from McCarthy. And that'll grow some confidence from McCarthy for sure.
Ran into another jab as we come to a close of round number 1. Rodriguez trying to bring some physical pressure, but good movement from McCarthy. Undefeated pro from Ireland, looking good in round number 1, but got tested with a couple of tough punches. Here's some of the highlights. Round number 1, Chris. What did you like that you saw? What did you see that you liked?
I mean, I like the stiff jab from Rodriguez from the outside, but for me, McCarthy it was that constant head movement, the firing combinations off of that movement, and he just looks more like a complete fighter tonight than I've seen in the past. We've called him before. He just looked like he was missing something. You could see the hand speed, you could see the athleticism, you could see the amateur pedigree, but something was missing. I feel like I see it all together, coming together tonight.
I thought you training that wild card to do that, though.
Yeah, real quick.
Also, 4-0 as a professional. Only 1 knockout. So, Paulie, it's not like he hunts for the big shot, right? He's content to throw combinations.
Well, with a guy like McCarthy, the lack of knockouts, I think, is more mentality than skills or power. I think that mentality can change.
I tell fighters all the time, I said, finishing is an instinct, not a skill. You just got to kind of know when to go for it. It's not like you learn it.
I like what he just turned that left hook to the body into an uppercut. Very nicely done there by McCarthy.
Great punch variation for the fighter from Kilkenny, Ireland.
Yeah, I feel like he's holding his ground a little better, too, in this fight. You know, he's giving ground.
He's not as flighty. Yeah.
Yep.
He said, I don't know anything about my opponent. I don't care. It's about improving myself. I don't want to get wrapped up in what my opponent can do. I worry about what I can do.
You see Rodriguez, he goes to that left hook. He likes to throw it in the middle of your punches. That could be a dangerous shot. Good body shot there from McCarthy.
Yeah, he keeps trying. He nearly missed the left to the follow-up uppercut, but he throws it very nicely, that uppercut off that left hook to the body. Rodriguez now starting to close the range again. Good right hand there. That's the difference there, champ. You mentioned the head movement of McCarthy. No head movement on the part of Rodriguez. So those straight right hands penetrate. And again, that blood is flowing from the nose of Rodriguez.
Also, McCarthy, he just builds. He builds off his combinations. He builds off his movement. Whereas Rodriguez is more or less one shot at a time.
Yeah.
Owner just said you're waiting, to your point.
And that's the thing. It's not easy to get off with a guy who's moving his head like that because he's not giving you a target. So it's hard to hone in on it.
Good body shot there from Rodriguez. Left hook around the elbow.
Rodriguez has yet to find the punch that will slow down Brandon McCarthy. So comfortable.
See the calmness,
from a lot of different angles.
See the calmness of McCarthy. Landed that right hand. Look at a little hesitation. Didn't leave the pocket. Stayed in the pocket to throw that left hook to the body. Again, the poise of him turning to a pro here.
Nice double, triple left jab from McCarthy on that damaged nose of Rodriguez. I also like that about McCarthy. He goes back to the jab in between combinations and salvos. Oh, nice right hand.
Now McCarthy also bleeding from the nose. Yeah, one good bloody nose deserves another.
Yeah, caught a good counter shot coming in, but as you said, Chris, he found a right hand of his own.
Good hook there from McCarthy. I think these guys are putting in the action.
Nice right hand on the break there.
Protect yourself at all times, right, gentlemen?
Yeah, a few moments ago, McCarthy was threw a nice hook off of his jab. Very tricky punch to defend. You don't see a lot of guys do that these days. You got a good hook off the jab.
Rodriguez, when he does throw that straight jab, it is powerful. He's rocked the head back of McCarthy a couple times, but McCarthy's so creative with the lead hand, I was about to say, and there it is.
Now, if you look at the legs of Rodriguez, you can see he's in a power position. He's looking to power punch. He's got his feet set. He's inching forward. He's looking to throw big bombs. That was a big bomb from McCarthy. Right hand over the top.
That left hook to the body's working very well for McCarthy, and he sets it up very nicely.
Slip at the end of round number 2. Another great fight for the fighter from another great round for the fighter from Ireland.
Yeah, we see Rodriguez reaching with the right hand. McCarthy definitely slides out of position, goes right back to his jab, eats a little left hook. I think that's actually what bloodied the nose there.
But you see the right hand he landed was more solid there as well.
You see Marvin Simodio in the corner.
And he's high on this kid.
Yeah.
And also,
if Simodio is high on you, it means something.
Yeah,
Simodio's been in with a lot of guys.
That's another thing. When you go to a place like Wildcard, they don't give time and attention to everybody. You got to earn that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a busy gym to get ring time. You got to be something.
Right now,
you'll be waiting for all the other guys that are something. You'll never get it.
Exactly. But we're seeing something so far out of Brandon McCarthy. Young man with the Irish trunks out of Kilkenny, Ireland. His opponent, Jose Rodriguez from Southgate, California. Rodriguez has had his moments, especially with the straight jab, a little bit with that check left hook, just tried to throw it again. But it's McCarthy's combinations, head movement, and volume is beautiful.
One of the maturing processes of McCarthy that I'm seeing is that he's able to make you miss from where he's standing. You know, he's not as, like you said, Champ, he's not as flighty. A lot of times he's right there. He makes you miss and he converts it into offense right from that pocket. That's becoming a professional.
Champ, you know, earlier when I said that he's putting it all together tonight, and there was something that was missing. I think I figured it out. Confidence.
Yeah.
He's got a different He's got a different level of confidence in himself, where he's able to stand his ground, and he can stay in the pocket. He can see the punches coming.
Yep. And that's that calmness from the confidence it brings. That calmness where you're comfortable in the pocket. You see the punches coming, and what happens? You find the openings like that as well. A nice uppercut there from McCarthy a few seconds ago, guys.
There hasn't been anywhere McCarthy has not looked comfortable in this fight, gentlemen.
He's a totally different guy tonight. You know, we've called 3 of his fights on our air. I don't even recognize this guy.
And you know, he stepped up because this is a step up in opponent too.
And yes, this is his best opponent by far, and he's putting out his best performance thus far. Ooh, good right hand there from Rodriguez. Really good right hand. Now he's trying to bully him. McCarthy
not having that.
Yeah.
What do they call that in wrestling? Greco or something?
No, it's underhook. Beautiful stuff.
And McCarthy underhooked them back.
Yep. Little merry-go-round.
Don't pummel me, I'm going to pummel you. And now pummeling with his fists.
But honestly, that was a smart tactic by Rodriguez. He's not having a lot going his way these last couple of rounds. Might as well make it rough.
So far, he's not winning a clean fight against Rodriguez. I'm sorry, against McCarthy. Rodriguez might come in, make it a little bit dirty.
A lot of blood from the nose of Rodriguez. Looks like that little bit of blood that was coming out of McCarthy's nose is under control. Rodriguez, not the case. And also you see Rodriguez, he's constantly wiping that nose too.
Yeah, it's
showing you that's bothering him.
Good work from there by Rodriguez as well.
Yeah, getting to the body of McCarthy. Another good tactic.
You see the head movement there again by McCarthy, and he creates openings off the head movement, you know, because then he comes back punching off it. That's again that confidence, and he's confident to stay in there. He's confident he can miss from there, and he's confident to fire off from there instead of looking to get out. Good right hand to the body from Rodriguez.
A little bit of a stumble at the end of round number 3. Great stuff for Brandon McCarthy. If you're in Rodriguez's corner, Chris, what are you telling him at this point?
Well, we saw there at the end of the round, he's got to be aggressive. He's got to be rough. He had a few moments in that round. I wouldn't give him the round. McCarthy's still doing brilliant work, but there were opportunities I saw for Rodriguez that he could make some things work. Staying to the body, I think, is important. Being physical and making it rough is important, because if you're going tit for tat in terms of matching skills, McCarthy's got to beat.
Young fighter out of the wild card gym right now, justifying all the hype. Looking to stay undefeated in his 5th professional fight. We're halfway through this fight, scheduled for 6 rounds. Round number 4 underway.
We still got a lot of fight left.
Yeah, he's halfway through.
Yeah.
McCarthy, Paul, you keep saying it's so comfortable in the pocket, not necessarily over moving in any way. The CompuBox stats for the first 3 rounds, 63-50. McCarthy ahead in every single round when it comes to punches landed.
Yeah, but not by much that last round. Like I said, that round 3, there were pockets where Rodriguez had some success. Again, not enough for me to give him the round, but there is a path to victory for him still. Oh,
big right hand from McCarthy. Yeah. He just shook his hand a little bit.
They both got their head offline through the right hand, but McCarthy's was cleaner.
Let's see now about that right hand. You see when you shake the hand. Another good right hand though.
And he's throwing it.
He didn't seem to have any, wiggle on that after he landed that one. Another good right hand up top.
Great timing on his power punches.
Like you said, Champ, it's all from his movement left hook.
And drawing blood from Rodriguez. And again, those sneaky uppercuts, I'm telling you, those, especially when your nose is already busted, those are not tickling.
Oh, man, getting hit with uppercuts when your nose is already damaged. Ah.
I like McCarthy's shot selection, man. He's been very creative, and that, I think, also having the calmness to be in the pocket more and having your opponent miss from where you're standing instead of leaving the pocket, it creates more options for the shots you want to throw. And McCarthy has taken those options nicely tonight. He's really had some really interesting punch selection, and it's been beautiful to see his maturing process tonight, as opposed to from the other fights we've seen him fighting.
For me, it's all the setups. He's setting the plate, man. He's setting the table, and then he's letting these hands go. That's why, like you said, Champ, he's able to vary up these punches so well. To put himself into position to fire off these clever combinations.
And he's got an opponent who's trying. He's just a little bit overmatched, but Rodriguez, showing the heart and even some of the skills to continue to keep McCarthy busy and keep McCarthy on his P's and Q's.
Hey, he's trying. He's still trying to win. He's not out of the fight yet. Rodriguez is the kind of guy that you could probably see in our era again, even with a loss.
We're constantly hunting for the one big shot, throwing in singles, as McCarthy content to throw in combinations. That's been the difference.
There he comes. Nice. Good combination there from Rodriguez. Starts with a big slapping right hand to the body and then fires a combination. That's what he needs to do. He needs to put more pressure and let those hands go. Oh, big right hand from McCarthy.
Right hand again, no head movement on the part of Rodriguez. That's been the biggest weakness for him, and a big difference between the two because McCarthy does have a head movement.
See blood on the white gloves of McCarthy. As we end round number 4, 2 more to go, gentlemen.
And some swelling on the left eye of Rodriguez as well.
Yeah, from those right hands right down the middle that McCarthy keeps landing.
And it's our main event, our ProBox TV main card, our Contender Series. Arnold Khegai 22-1-1 versus Joet Gonzalez 26-4. All of his losses at the elite level of the sport. We're back in our Future Stars card, round number 5, about to begin. In a fight that has been controlled by the young fighter from Ireland, Brandon McCarthy. Jose Rodriguez from Southgate doing everything he can to stay in this fight. He has not mentally or physically surrendered. But as you said, he's been technically outmatched a bit, Paulie.
Yeah, he has. Not for lack of trying, though.
We're underway. Round number 5 scheduled for 6. But McCarthy, while his volume has been on point, good accuracy, there hasn't been any one shot that has really buckled the knees of Rodriguez. Certainly more of a volume puncher.
Yeah, but he's been very consistent, like to the head, to the body. He obviously did some damage. We see blood from the nose. The body work that McCarthy has been utilizing is definitely having an effect as well.
Look at the power shots. McCarthy having a 5-punch lead. Might be a little bit higher than that.
Oh, see again on the inside. You see how McCarthy never finished. He's not content to just try to get out, or just, you see that hunger and determination in there as well. Again, it's that mean streak. Good get back from Rodriguez, though.
Yeah, good body and some shots to the head, and then a jab there at the end.
Chris, one of the things you tell young fighters is don't set a pace you can't keep. McCarthy has been able to keep a very high pace throughout this fight.
I would say when you're in control of the pace, it's a lot easier. Yeah. It's when you're chasing a pace that you get tired.
Great right hand.
Rodriguez is tough, man. He's been taking these shots well.
I'm just going to put a disclaimer out based on the last show we had. We were in Southern California. Rodriguez is from Southern California. I'm hoping we don't run into any
one thing McCarthy does train in Southern California.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. Now, the crowd counts.
I understand completely what you're saying.
McCarthy is having a career best performance.
Yeah, that would be a real shame.
And again, against a good fighter too, which is part of why it's such a good performance, because Rodriguez is a guy who's making him use all the tools that he's been learning.
As a native of Southern California, I have to say we're in Southern California this time. Last time we were in Northern California. A lot more fights here in Southern California.
Yeah, you don't want to be involved with that commission, right?
Yeah, a lot of
after the decisions we got there.
Yeah, a lot of experienced commission guys here in Southern California, including Jack Reese. He is right now ringside. He's one of the judges.
He's one of the best referees in the game. As is Thomas Taylor, who's in the ring right now.
Right.
Yes, he's excellent.
Yeah, real experienced crowd. We all know all these guys. When we went and saw the commission, people we've been dealing with for years.
Yeah, it was like hanging out with like old college or old frat friends.
Right now, Brandon McCarthy
doing a great job. Another great right hand.
And Rodriguez had landed a good right hand himself on the inside, but man, McCarthy's right hand was bigger and more eye-catching. But Rodriguez,
right hand for Rodriguez.
Good right hand for Rodriguez.
See outside of the.
Oh, good left hand too. He's got McCarthy hurt.
McCarthy is hurt for the first time in this fight.
It was a big right hand and then like a little left hand shot. Had McCarthy's legs on clear street just for a moment.
McCarthy had been having himself a good round, but let's see how it plays 20 seconds if Rodriguez can close this round strong and maybe get it.
You see the way he is playing the outside that he is hurt, gentlemen. Yeah. 10 seconds left to go in round number 5.
Yeah, I think Rodriguez fought that shot, guys.
Yeah, Rodriguez needs a push, man. Ooh, just missed with a big right hand there.
Yeah, he's confident now. Yeah. He's throwing those big shots, and he knows he probably does need a knockdown or two to put himself in position to be in this fight as we got 1 round to go.
Just when it looked like Brandon McCarthy was going to walk away with this one, Rodriguez landing some big punches in round 5. Yeah. Bang!
I mean, McCarthy was running away with it, and then comes from Rodriguez with that big right hand, cracked him there. Then there was a little left hook there.
Yeah.
That had the legs in trouble.
And that
for
started
McCarthy.
with the right hand first that caused that
this
clinch,
big right
right?
hand.
So
boom.
That's the right hand first.
Right on the button.
McCarthy's kind of resting inside. He's like, okay, let me slow it down here. But Rodriguez, again, showing the hunger to stay in the fight.
Pushed him off.
The winning mentality has not been beaten out of him. That's a credit to him because McCarthy's been boxing well. Pushes him off to create the opening for that left hook. That's why this is a tough opponent for a kid who's just 4-0.
That sharp left, Chris, in the gym. A lot of times they call that bottle cap shot.
Yeah.
Boom, your head just suddenly turns.
Wake you up or the other way around.
Yeah. Or your coach wakes you up. Go ahead. McCarthy ready to go. Round number 6, showing their respect in the middle of the ring. Gentlemen, it's been an entertaining fight. It's going to be a dramatic last round as Rodriguez, you could say, won that round number 5. Had McCarthy hurt? Did he recover? That's the question.
Man, this is a welcome to the pros type fight for McCarthy here tonight. You know, I told you from the outset, we got a guy who's got more than double the amount of fights Rodriguez does over McCarthy. So this is a big step up for him.
Just when you get relaxed, you think things are going your way. Rodriguez lands a big punch in round number 5, but ooh, good left hook.
They tell you to come back with the hook. Don't stop the combination. And Rodriguez shows you why there with the left hook.
Yeah, see now, Rodriguez is throwing in 2s and 3s now, where before he was throwing singles. Good adjustment here in this last 2 rounds.
There's not as much head moving on from part of McCarthy, which was a nice combination. That left hook to the body has been working well all night for McCarthy. That's another wrinkle we've seen added to his style. That Southern California left hook, right?
Yep. This is turning into a dogfight here.
De La Hoya made it famous. They teach it in every gym here in Southern California. McCarthy, though, out of Ireland, training at the Wild Card Gym. He's seen that move a million times.
You can tell McCarthy's being real savvy here. Throwing combinations, tying up, sucking up some of the time.
Rodriguez got his respect in the last round.
Rodriguez is trying to make it physical here, tried to push McCarthy off. McCarthy resisted. There's that head movement from McCarthy coming back.
Just over halfway through round number 6. And what has been a great fight.
Follow with a right hand, guys. Good little salvo here from McCarthy.
A great fight for Brandon McCarthy, but Rodriguez trying to catch him late.
And both guys also fighting a physical fight too as well. Even on the inside, it's clinching and then wrestling around. Good little right hand by Rodriguez.
Rodriguez is not fighting like he is like he has given up. He's mentally very in this fight. And McCarthy not fighting like a guy who's ahead.
Taylor warning McCarthy for the head pushing, being pushed down, but you gotta be careful. Also, Rodriguez comes in with his head.
Oh,
that's it.
Slip.
All right, man. Both guys are being physical. Let's see if
rough.
Taylor might talk all the time out and
get control. Yeah,
that's what you got to do. That's why Taylor's one of the best.
Yep.
These guys were about to have a street fight in a second.
Oh, big right hand from Rodriguez.
But McCarthy, Chris, he's not running. He's not playing the outside. He's standing and fighting.
No, this is a dogfight, and the crowd is going absolutely bonkers in here.
Good move by McCarthy to get his right hand off, get his head off slanted there. Rodriguez's right hand was.
He's been very good with that all night long. Fundamentally, getting his head off line with those right hands.
You talk about fighters you want to see again here at ProBox TV. Rodriguez definitely one of those guys. 10 seconds left to go in the fight.
And 2 hungry prospects, man. Let's say Rodriguez at 7-2 still. You know, he doesn't feel like an opponent himself, right? Good right hand by McCarthy.
Woo! What a great fight. The next level for Brandon McCarthy is here. Oof. That was a war, gentlemen. Thought he would run away with it. Did not happen.
Nope. Yeah. Welcome to the pros. That was that fight, man. Man, what a fight. What a fight.
Entertaining. That's why we're ProBox guys. That's why people love us. Give you these kind of fights. Even early career. You don't get no easy ones. But you get this.
We appreciate everybody watching our Future Stars card, and this is what Future Stars do, Chris.
I mean, the chin on Rodriguez tonight. Listen, that's a hell of a 7-2 fighter. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Rodriguez can really fight, and you know he's got a ton of heart. He's got a great chin. You know he never stopped trying to win. Was coming forward.
And when we see an improved McCarthy, who might have got a stoppage against a lesser fighter tonight, but you got a better opponent, so you still don't get a stoppage. And now your record, your win is 5-0, 1 knockout, and people might underestimate you.
You know who else was underestimated? Lamont Roach Jr. Not a power puncher necessarily, but man, he could hurt you with a shot. I would definitely put McCarthy in that category. As you always say, Paulie, they don't tickle.
McCarthy was doing damage all night. He's not a puncher, but he was doing damage all night long. Excellent display. Both these guys really deserve a round of applause. The crowd was on their feet at the end of the fight. tremendous action to close out the show.
Not just for the fighter from Southgate, but for appreciation of both of these fighters. There are CompuBox numbers. McCarthy throwing 216 jabs and total punches.
That's a lot of jabs.
Yep. Total punches 381 to 305. Those power shots, 43.6 for McCarthy. Very accurate with those short, tight power shots. More body shots from Rodriguez.
Yeah, 43 body shots landed by Rodriguez. You know, he was really sneaky with that left hook around the elbows. And McCarthy was good with the body shots as well. He landed 37 of them. But, you know, the numbers match the competitiveness of the fight, especially down the stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 6 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, Judge Guillermo goes about 60 to 54. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 6 vueltas, el juez Guillermo anotó 60-54. Judges Reese and Sullivan turning identical scores of 59 to 55. Y los jueces Reese y Sullivan entregan tarjetas idénticas de 59 a 55. A favor del ganador, por decisión unánime in favor of the winner, by way of unanimous decision, from Ireland, Brandon.
No need to worry, Jimmy. They got it.
Good cards.
Good cards, and Rodriguez. They're unfair to Rodriguez in that he fought well, but they're right. They're also correct. You know, sometimes you look at it on paper and you don't realize how competitive this fight was. One-sided on the cards, and I agree with it was kind of wide because I think McCarthy won the majority, if not all the rounds. But
they weren't easy rounds.
Every single round he had to work for it. Rodriguez is a good fighter.
It's what I call, I know it sounds like an oxymoron, a one-sided competitive fight.
Right.
A competitive one-sided fight. Because the scoring seems one-sided, but each round was competitive, especially the last 3. But, no, I mean, listen, I want to see Rodriguez again.
But as a trainer, it's one of those things where if you're McCarthy's coach, these are the kind of fights you want him to have. Hey,
hell yeah,
guts,
absolutely.
You have determination.
And showed a lot of improvement, which he needed to tonight.
By far the best version that we've seen of Brandon McCarthy as a pro.
Yeah, looked absolutely outstanding. Speaking of young, hungry, talented fighters, by the way, we have one of them joining us at the desk, Emiliano Moreno, Long Beach, California native, undefeated, coming off a win over Cesar Francis. How you doing, my man? Welcome.
I'm doing good, man. Thank you for having me. How you doing?
Hey, doing well, doing well. What do you think of what we're seeing so far? The first few fighters we've seen so far, the A side has won, and they've looked spectacular, but that was a tough fight for McCarthy. Not easy for him at all. What were your thoughts on it?
That was a tough fight. I saw the fight pretty even, you know. They were doing good. There was good exchanges, but the first 3 fights were some I didn't want to miss, you know, like it was just like fireworks. Like as soon as the fight started, like even with the 3rd fight, it was just like back and forth.
Who really stuck out to you in those first 3 fights?
I like Justin Viloría.
Yeah. We were really excited about him. We talked about in the fighter meetings yesterday. Related to Brian Viloría, the Hawaiian Punch, former world champion and Olympian. So, I heard nothing but good things about that kid all week. That he's a monster, and he showed it.
Yeah, I like the way he was switching up his punches. You know, going to the body, going to the head.
Yeah, overwhelmed his opponent completely.
Yeah.
Have to talk about it. Your last time out, ProBox TV against Cesar Francis, a veteran fighter. A stoppage that was controversial. We said it on air, but the tide was starting to turn. You were starting to figure him out. And one of the things I said on air is, man, it didn't just take the moment away from Cesar Francis. It took the moment away from you because it seemed like you were starting to figure him out. He was in trouble. And then your hand gets raised. You stay undefeated, but the crowd was booing, a lot of controversy. How do you overcome something like that? What's it like after a fight like that, man?
Man, after a fight like that, I just gotta kind of lay low for a little bit. Kind of gotta ignore the stuff they're saying. I did think the stoppage was early, and I felt like I was getting to him, and I was starting to figure him out, and just getting more in my groove, because really I didn't warm up until like the 5th round.
But you know what, Emiliano, I think when things happen like that, I don't think they're booing you. I think they're booing the commission decision. You know, I think people were into the fight. I think there was drama in the fight. You know, you were behind in the fight, but clearly the momentum was going in your direction. So the drama of the fight is, oh, is Emiliano now going to come back? Is he going to get the stoppage? Is he going to start to dominate the rounds? Is Francis going to be able to hold on? You set up the drama nicely in this fight because it was the fight had evolved nicely, and then suddenly the referee just pulled the plug on it. It's like you're at a movie and you're halfway through and you're getting exciting and the lights go out. So I think that was more what the booing was about. I don't think they were booing you. I think you're an appreciated fighter, especially in your region.
Yeah. Man, I completely forgot what I was about to say, but
it's all right. It happens, man. We're fighters.
Regardless, that was a big win, big step up against a really tough guy, a guy who's been on our air multiple times as Francis, and came out and he showed you some things you haven't really seen yet in the pros, but you're able to weather the storm, break it down, and as these guys are saying, you're working your way towards that. What is next? What can we expect coming down the line? You said you're laying low, but I'm sure that means you're in the gym as well.
For sure. I got right back in the gym right after that fight. I took probably like a day off and was right back running, training again.
It's good to be young, right?
When you look at all these fighters coming up, last time we saw Rodriguez from Southgate, McCarthy trains at the Wildcard Gym in Hollywood, all these local Southern California fighters, how many are on your radar? You're coming up, you're seeing them in ProBox TV, you've seen them in the gym, maybe you've sparred with a couple of them. What's it like when everybody's coming up together, man?
Man, I just remember sparring them, a couple years ago. I used to actually spar with Viloría when I was like 11, 12 years old. But now, there's a weight difference, and we could probably
grow differently at puberty.
Yeah, we could probably get some rounds in, but yeah, man, just seeing people that I used to spar with just like come up with me, and we're both making noise, and people starting to notice us. It's I don't know, it makes me happy.
The journey's the reward, they say.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, is there a little bit of a fire too? Like, oh, he got a knockout in the first round. I'm gonna get one even shorter in the first round. But there's a little bit of that competitive spark because you all came up together. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely that like competitive aspect, but it's not like you want to put anyone down. It's just you want everyone to do good. You just want to do better than everyone.
That's the best way. That's how fighters grow, being competitive, being around dogs in the gym together, having a gym culture and a community that really pushes each other to really elevate. That's why you're going to be seeing these guys for a long time. All your friends that are all around you, these guys you grew up with, you guys are going all the way to the top.
As a Long Beach native, how do you feel about this card being here? The crowd has been way into every single fight. Long Beach, California, having a great boxing tradition, and you are a part of that. What does that mean to you to see a card like this, to see how the fans are responding to it?
Man, I love it, man. ProBox cards, they always got good fights. Just bringing it to Long Beach, everyone came out to enjoy the shows, and it's been a great show. Every single fight's been good. And I just love it. I want to come back eventually one day and maybe at the convention center or something like that, for a world title or something.
When you look at what you need to add to your game, the Cesar Francis fight, you said it yourself. It took me a while to get comfortable. It took me a while to figure out his style. He was very, very disciplined. He's a veteran guy. What are you adding to the gym for the next time we see you, man?
Oh, right now I'm just adding footwork, man. I feel like my footwork needs to be improved a lot. And, cutting off the ring, and also I'm working a lot on my core aspects, more turning my punches, more rotation in between my punches, and kind of just like, I've been working on my footwork. Like that's the main thing I want to work on, because I felt like that fight he kept like getting away from me, or like, you know what I mean? Like there was times where I tried to get him and he got out before I could get him. So I'm working on my footwork, see if I can close the gap faster, cut the ring off. Just that's the main thing I'm working on. And actually, I'm going into camp with Devin Haney on Tuesday. So
for the Ramirez fight.
Yeah. So I'm gonna learn a lot of footwork from him. His footwork's amazing.
When you look at that, we are always improving here at ProBox TV. Emiliano, thank you so much for joining us. Good to see another Long Beach kid doing well in the boxing ring. Can't wait to call your next fight. But we roll on. That's right, our future stars. It was absolutely incredible. More to come. Don't go anywhere here on ProBox TV. The action just getting started.
San Bernardino boxing fan, ProBox is coming to town. The main event, undefeated Guatemalan star and world-ranked #2, Lester Martinez, and the division's upset artist, Jay Sean J. The co-feature is an all-Mexican battle. Action-packed Vladimir Hernandez returns to the ProBox ring against Isais Lucero in a can't-miss Fight of the Year contender.
ProBox Contender Series is back, and we are in Long Beach, California for an explosive night of 50-50 fights. In our main event, a 10-round featherweight battle between Arnold Khegai and Angelino Joet Gonzalez in what is sure to be an action-packed fight between these two warriors. In our co-main event, Sonora's Luis Torres, 20 wins with only 1 defeat, is challenged by lightweight veteran Nicholas the Axeman Walters from Panama, coming off his impressive defeat of Joseph Adorno right here on ProBox TV. Stay tuned and find out why millions of people are watching ProBox TV live from Thunder Studios. The Contender Series starts now. Welcome to ProBox TV. You see downtown Long Beach, California. That's where we are tonight. Thunder Studios, a town with a rich boxing history. As a great man once said, so much drama in the LBC, and we are bringing it with ProBox TV tonight. 2 fighters in our main event looking to get back to the elite level to get gold around their waist yet again. Just part of an outstanding Contender Series card, Jesus Saracho versus Louie Lopez. Luis Torres versus Nicholas Walters in our co-main event. Nicholas Walters, of course, the veteran, a man who demolished Nonito Donaire, but wants to get back on top. Luis Lopez felt disrespected by Jesus Saracho. Says Saracho didn't make weight. He's coming in with a chip on his shoulder. Saracho is what ProBox TV is all about in terms of he gives everything every single time he steps into the ProBox TV ring. Will it be enough tonight? That is the question. In our main event, Arnold Khegai versus Joet Gonzalez. Khegai, 1 loss in his professional career. Joet Gonzalez has had 3 opportunities at a world title. He said, this is my opportunity to get back in the mix. I want gold around my waist. We talk about fighters at the end of their careers not having energy anymore. Not these 2 fighters. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Let's start out with that main event. Arnold Khegai, one of those guys who is a great counterpuncher, very aggressive, good body work. What does it take for him to get on top again against Joet Gonzalez, another tough customer, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, Khegai is a guy, he's super physical. He comes forward. He's very well schooled. He's got great fundamentals, but he's vicious. He's mean about it. With Joet Gonzalez, man, he's a guy that's easy to get into a fight with. He'll fire back. I think if Khegai can get ahead, stay ahead, he can be victorious tonight.
Yeah, when you look at Joet Gonzalez, decorated amateur wins over Gervonta Davis in the amateurs, but as a pro, those split decisions, some of them have just gotten away from him. You feel that frustration when you talk to him. He's going to bring that into the ring tonight.
I think he's going to bring that in the ring. Also, he's only lost at the highest level, and Khegai only has lost at the highest level. So I think both guys are going to feel like, hey, this isn't the highest level. This guy hasn't won at the highest level. we've both lost at that level, but I'm better than the guy in front of me. I think both guys are going to come in with that mentality. I think Gonzalez is going to feel confident in being able to handle Khegai. But Khegai, like Champ said, is very physical, has a consistency to him as well. I think it's a solid main event and one that ProBox TV fans are going to enjoy.
Well, Torres versus Walters in our co-main event of the evening. Torres, a southpaw, good head movement, but Paulie, as Chris is fond of saying, he ain't no cutie. He comes at you very, very tough. Get that southpaw stance. He is aggressive from the beginning.
Yeah, he has that Mexican style, right? I mean, he's got a southpaw, but you don't got to look for him. You don't got to find him. You're gonna have to be careful with those aggressive southpaws. Sometimes the head clashes and whatnot, but nonetheless, he comes to fight. And Walters, he welcomes a fight.
Yeah, he welcomes a fight, but also he knows how to slow the fight down. Against Adorno, it was almost he was the puppet master in that fight. That might not be the case tonight. Is Walters ready for the kind of heat that Torres brings?
Well, I mean, yeah, Walters is a ring general. He can slow down the pace to where he can use his boxing skill, his power, his ring savvy, his calmness. He's going to need it because Koreano brings heat. So Walters has to slow the pace down, be in control, and stay at just one step ahead of the younger, fresher Mexican fighter.
Also, Paulie, it's one of those things where Torres realizes the name he has in front of him. That means a big opportunity for a young fighter who's 20-1.
Yeah, anytime you get an ex-world champion in front of you, even if he's a little older, it's not. It's not something you take lightly because you love to have those scalps on your resume. Even if it's a guy who's a little older, you say, that guy knows what it's like to be a world champion. That guy's had his name announced as a world champion, and I can beat him. I beat him. You take the positives out of it, and you realize it's part of the road to the top, part of the road to getting there. I don't think also you can take a guy like Walters too lightly. Even though he is older, he's been solid in this sort of late run in his career. It's a good win over Walters if you're able to get it.
And it's going to be a theme tonight. A lot of these winners take big steps forward. The losses, no one can afford them tonight. The stakes very, very high, Chris.
No, I mean, especially for Joet Gonzalez. He's had 3 title chances. He's come up short in all 3 of them. Was in those fights with some of the best guys in the world. And then Khegai, last time they had a world title was years ago. He's been working behind the scenes to get back to this position. A loss here puts him at the back of the line once again. So really, for both of these guys, this is probably their last shot.
Now, when you look at stakes, when you look at fights where history can turn, we may have had one of those last Saturday when Gervonta Davis took on Lamont Roach Jr. in a fight where Lamont Roach Jr., a huge underdog in the fight. A lot of people say he didn't deserve to be in there. He had to overcome a lot of criticism just to get into the ring. And what happened? He turned in the best performance of his career. It led to some controversy. Lamont Roach Jr. talking about, of course, the appeal to the decision. This is him.
Off the top, man, I was, a little disappointed. Just for the sake of boxing itself, and obviously my result for the fight. I think the key that they pointed out the things that were actually done wrong, and there's still no movement to overturn the fight. Just really saddened me a little bit, but I wasn't too hung on the decision of the New York State Athletic Commission. I kind of accepted my fate just a little bit. I had a lot of hope, though. I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of hope, but it is what it is.
Gary, I got to go with you. When off what Lamont was saying, I thought that was the most interesting thing in the press release that I read was, yes, mistakes were made. Yes, it should have been a knockdown. No, we're not overturning the decision. That contradiction kind of got to me. What did you think of it?
Well, we were kind of expecting it. I mean, we know the pattern, and the reality is that the draw made it easy for the commission to go this route, meaning no harm done to anybody. And so the philosophy that Gervonta would have fought the fight differently had he known he got taken a 2-point round, that's a legitimate argument. It doesn't change the fact that, well, who's getting the short end of the stick? Somebody has to, and now they decided it has to be Lamont. But the draw made it easier. So they're just saying, okay, well, listen, do it again. We'll figure it out. It's a draw. It's no blood, no foul. So I think it's unfortunate from the legacy point of view, from all the little things that not always, we're not going to say they don't matter. The most important thing out of this is that people know who won that fight.
Your thought on the tactics of a rematch after this draw that was basically a victory for you in the eyes of the public?
Definitely in my eyes and in my view that I have to come with it all. I have to do more. Obviously, just to secure the win is doing just enough to get a draw. So I have to push harder. I have to train harder. I have to be more mean. I have to be more physical. I have to do a lot. I have to do everything just a little more. And I think that will definitely put me over the hump. And I'm more than motivated to get back in there, get back in the camp, and work hard so I can secure a victory over a pound-for-pound fighter, in which I believe that I am myself.
It's a rematch we are all looking forward to. Lamont Roach Jr., Gervonta Davis. Cannot wait till that is signed. Tune in to ProBox TV and, of course, Boxing Scene to get all your boxing news. But right now, we are back in Long Beach, California. Our main card, our Contender Series, ready to get underway. You were looking at Louie Lopez out of Corona, California. 16-2-2 as a professional. And the attitude he had in the fighter interviews was, this guy missed weight, this guy isn't as professional as I am, and he is carrying a chip on his shoulder tonight. Look at the online odds from Bet Online. Jesus Saracho minus 245 to Louie Lopez is plus 195. Paul, you're always saying the bookmakers don't know how to make odds on our fight. They're getting better. They're getting better. It's getting a little bit better. It's getting a little better.
I don't know, man.
We used to see like 2,000.
Yeah.
Plus 1,000. Not in these cases anymore.
We'll see now. We'll see this fight. Even last week with Gervonta Davis, it wasn't on our air. They messed that one up too.
That's right, they did. Look at it, 10 rounds in the welterweight division. From Orange, California, Louie Lopez, 28 years old. Jesus Saracho, 23. See the reach advantage for Louie Lopez. Can he use it tonight against the always hard-charging Jesus Saracho? He always brings the action. Let's get it started.
We continue with the action here at Thunder Studios, Long Beach, California. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 10 rounds in the welterweight division. Este encuentro, 10 vueltas en la división peso welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Carla Kais, Ivan Guillermo, and Jack Reyes. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters the ring wearing camouflage with black trim en la esquina azul. Vestido de color camuflaje con vivos negros. Sobre la báscula, marcó un peso oficial de 146 libras y media. On the scale, he registered an official 146.5 pounds. In 20 bouts as a pro, he maintains a record of 16 victories against 2 losses, 2 bouts even, 5 of his victories coming by way of KO. En 20 combates a nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 16 victorias, 2 derrotas, 2 empates y 5 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Being presented in association with Campo Novo Sports, the fighting pride of Corona, California, Louie Lopez. In the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido del tricolor mexicano verde, blanco y rojo, he steps in, wearing the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. His official weight, 148.5 pounds, su peso oficial, 148 libras y media. En 17 combates a nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 14 victorias, solo 2 derrotas, 1 empate y 11 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. In 17 bouts as a pro, he has 14 victories against 2 losses, 1 bout even, and 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Representando a Irapuato, Guanajuato, México, Jesus Saracho. Your referee, David Soliven.
Fighters, I've given you instructions in the locker room. Expect a good, clean fight. Listen to my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times, okay? Guys, I'm going to let this out right here where the red is. It's good here. This is good right here. Okay? Touch gloves. God bless you guys both.
Do not expect a step back in this fight. Get ready for round number 1. Jesus Saracho, known for his physical pressure. You heard the crowd roar for Louie Lopez.
Fighter ready? Listo?
And there's the bell, round number 1. Jesus Saracho in the tricolores, of course, the Mexican flag trunks. Louie Lopez in the camo and black. Lopez says, we knew what we were getting into fighting Jesus Saracho. You can say that from the outside, but it's different when you're finally in the ring, gentlemen.
Yeah, Saracho, a guy who's been on our air. That's some really tough fights, some really good performances. Lopez, a guy who's really hungry to perform on this platform.
Big upset over Cesar Francis.
You see the size difference. Lopez, a career welterweight. Saracho,
yeah, who doesn't like to make weight.
Yeah, in his 3rd weight class and almost in as many fights.
I still didn't make weight.
Still didn't make weight.
Had difficulty with the scale, weighed in over the 147-pound limit. As we said, Louie Lopez took that very personally. Saracho, southpaw fighter, known for volume, aggression. Lopez doing a good job staying in the pocket so far.
When it becomes consistent, I start to ask myself, because you see a guy like Saracho, there's talent there. You can see he knows what he's doing. Is he hungry enough? Figuratively, not literally.
I was going to say, I think he's too hungry.
Yep.
That's the problem, man. I mean, if the battle with the fridge is something that you're going to lose rather than the battle in the ring, then I don't know how far you may be taking your own talent for granted. He's a bit of an enigma. And Lopez yesterday looked very focused in the fighter meetings. Let's see how this fight sort of pans out. Here's a nice right hand there by Lopez.
And Lopez is putting on some good pressure, staying in the pocket, and fighting with carrying those bad intentions that he was talking about yesterday in the fighter meeting.
Saracho, 380 amateur fights. He talked about how they used to, like beg on the street in order to get travel money in Mexico to fight. As an amateur, came up the hard way. Louie Lopez says the biggest opportunity of his career, has a daughter on the way, due in July. Says, I'm fighting for a family now. And a very measured pace in this opening round.
Yeah, you're usually lefty versus righty. You got to kind of start to get your measurements in, you sense your distance. It can be a little bit awkward at times.
Lopez is using that looping right hand, which is a good weapon against the southpaw because they're open to it. Tried that a few times thus far.
Not a lot of footwork from either man, staying in the center of the ring as we get into the closing seconds of round number 1. Seeing the back of the head of Jesus Saracho last time out here, ProBox TV against Starling Castillo. Scorecards, to be polite, were all over the place in that fight. A lot of people thought he deserved the decision. Very bitter about that.
Yeah, I was one of those people. I thought that he edged it. Very, very close fight. Starling Castillo is a very good fighter, and that was an excellently matched fight. But yeah, Saracho definitely carries some ill will towards those judges based on that fight.
We begin round number 2. Not a whole lot to judge in round number 1. And that little edge of who got a little bit closer.
A bit of feeling out round for the round 1, as the champ mentioned. You got your orthodox and a southpaw fighter. Got to find those measurements, those angles. Can be a little bit different. See some of those punches come from angles you don't necessarily see. You don't want to take any risks early on.
See who opens up in round number 2.
Yeah, this fight, I was saying, is a sleepy show stealer. These guys, they got bad blood. It's from the weigh-in. They're both pretty talented. So, Saracho, who we've seen on our air a bunch of times, we know he's the goods.
Louie Lopez, this is his 3rd appearance in Long Beach as a professional. Very comfortable fighting here.
Yeah, 3rd appearance here in this room, actually, at Thunder Studios.
So, both guys consistently giving each other the same look, so it's hard to sort of create the opening. They're feinting the same way too, so a lot of openings haven't been created yet, as both guys, if you notice, not really changing the look, not really changing the height off the punches. Saracho sometimes tries to change the angle of the punches he throws, but sometimes you got to change up the target a little bit.
Yeah, you see him taking that little slide step out, which he does really well when he's in his groove. Oh, good straight right hand right down the middle from Lopez. Pops the head up of Saracho like a Pez dispenser.
Go back to that weight miss. It could be a matter of, once again, being a little too hungry in the kitchen rather than hungry in the gym. But part of it, too, is some guys psychologically always need to be the bigger guy. They always need to kind of push the limit a little bit.
He's not the bigger guy, though.
Certainly not, yeah.
When you move up past your natural weight because you want to eat, you're not going to be the bigger guy, Jim.
Exactly.
Now, to me, I look at him. He still looks like a junior welterweight to me.
Yeah, he does.
He's not a true welterweight. He's talented enough and skilled enough that he's able to compete even at a high level here at 47. But he belongs at 140. Oh, good
body shots by Saracho.
And right on cue, you see, the level that Saracho brings to the game. Oh, good right hands from Lopez. That's been a good weapon for him.
Yeah, little short right hands. But yeah, if I'm Lopez, I try to make this a little bit physical as well. As Lopez is the bigger physical guy, he's the more natural welterweight. Maybe you can throw off some of the dimensions of Saracho, and also test the conditioning of Saracho. You like to eat.
Yeah.
Let's see how that affects you at a bigger weight class.
Saracho very well could be in fantastic shape, just carrying a little bit extra weight. But either way, he's going to have to deal with the size advantage of Louie Lopez. You put that body weight on him, like you said, Champ, make it physical. You got to deal with carrying around a heavier guy. It'll wear you down as well.
Pushing right hand from Lopez. We reach the end of round number 2.
Saracho sneaky with those body
Yeah,
shots.
very sneaky with that shot, that lead right hand.
Expect the crowd mostly to be behind the fighter from Corona, California. Jesus Saracho, a lot of times kind of that slow burn kind of guy, starts wearing you down a little bit later in fights. Will that be the case tonight? This one's scheduled for 10 in the welterweight division. As we said, Jesus Saracho did not make weight. Weighed in over the 147-pound limit. Round number 3 about to begin. We are underway. Jesus Saracho looking very composed.
There's that straight right hand right down the middle again. Splits the guard. It's a great weapon against the southpaw. And Lopez has been able to make that land consistently. Hey, Jimmy, I think you said that Saracho has 380 amateur fights. Yeah, so southpaw Orthodox matchup should not give him any issue.
That one.
Yeah,
right.
He's used to seeing.
Saracho keeps getting down to the body. He's been targeting the body. You start to wonder if maybe that consistency to the body may slow down Lopez right now. So it's not a very fast pace for either guy to start slowing down. So, but you're noticing what I'm noticing so far through a couple of rounds and a half is those sharp right hands of Lopez, but also the body attack of Saracho is consistent.
And he throws him with bad intentions too. He digs, like you said, those sneaky shots.
And Lopez doesn't change the look either. So, if Saracho can find the body, he'll keep finding the body because the target's not going to change.
Yeah, you can see Saracho is definitely a thinking fighter. He's analyzing. He's taking in data. Ooh, gets hit again.
A lot of times those guys fall victim to someone who's throwing more punches. Lopez right now going for it.
Yeah, I think Saracho was bothered by those right hands.
Yeah, and Lopez smartly doubled the right hand that time. He saw he was having success with it. Started doubling with it.
And Saracho trying to fight fire with fire in the center.
And Champ, you had mentioned the body work of Saracho early on. Lopez was someone who said, listen, I've seen his tape. I've noticed he does not like it to the body. So we too are going to target the body.
Yeah, and this round he has. He's gone to the body a little bit this round as well. See now Saracho trying to open up a little bit more, trying to get that back.
Oh, good right hand from Lopez.
And they trade power punches. Lopez said, I knew what I was getting into. He has not shied away from a firefight. And Saracho's one of those guys you know you're going to be in there at some point, fighting just like this.
Yeah, I mean, I was just waiting for this fight to break out because these two, you know, they've got dynamite written all over each other.
Crowd chanting Louie.
We mentioned it was his third time fighting here. You said he's a local guy, so the crowd is here to support.
Corona not too far, and he said he's had to drive all over the place to get the right sparring. A lot of great gyms out here.
You know, those Louie chants a couple of seconds ago. So the crowd's starting to get into it now for Lopez. Lopez can start to build up this round. The crowd will probably get more into it.
One thing about Saracho is the same look on his face no matter what is happening in the fight. Yeah. Incredibly composed.
That's the poker face of 380 amateur fights.
We'll do it. Seconds left to go in round number 3. Ready to begin round number 4. Looking into the corner of Louie Lopez. Good round for him.
Yeah, do that double right hand we were talking about. That sort of got the attention of Saracho, and it started the main salvo of that round for Lopez, which probably carried it for him. Best moment of the fight for either guy so far.
Yeah, the fight actually broke out right around that. The crowd, who was pretty quiet in rounds 1 and 2, really woke up in that third round after that combination from Louie Lopez.
Well, let's see if Louie Lopez can keep it going. Jesus Saracho starting out with that southpaw jab. Look at the total punches. We have a dead even, gentlemen, 27 apiece.
And not too busy, especially in those first 2 rounds. But round 3, you see, you know, the fight high from both guys.
And you talk about it, Chris. You say, you know, it's interesting when CompuBox tells us what our eyes told us, which is just a close fight.
Close fight, competitive, and really the fight really picked up in round 3. Yeah, Lopez is so much bigger and more physical on the inside.
Do you think he's taking advantage of that enough?
Not enough, no. Yeah. I don't think so. A good point, Jimmy. I don't think he's doing it often enough because you see it. It's so obvious. You know, here ringside, you can see the size difference. And Saracho, his punches, which normally are very heavy, just don't seem to be landing with the same thudding effect that they normally do with the lighter weights.
And Champ, you think that's the weight? You think that's just,
100%.
Lopez is bigger and they're not having the same effect on him?
Yeah, he's absorbing them better. You even see it as it hits his elbows and his shoulders. You know, Saracho is normally a very good puncher. He's got 11 KOs. You know, and it's not showing here tonight.
Weight classes exist for a reason, right?
Yeah. But also, I even sense that Saracho looks slower at this weight. He doesn't. He's not punching with the same, you know, velocity that we saw at 140.
And also, Lopez seems comfortable in front of him. You know, usually if a guy hits hard, guys aren't that comfortable in front of him. Lopez seems comfortable staying in front of Saracho. Try to make this more and more physical. Try to make this a fight where there's going to be some pace involved.
Good right hook from Saracho on the inside. Landed cleanly. Lopez took it well.
Oh, a good right hand through the center. Saracho answering back.
Champ, he did it again. He doubled the right hand. He went uppercut to the straight right hand.
Clean his nose there too. Nice.
Why not?
So beautiful. Lopez is a little bit your turn, my turn, though. If he would punch in between, if he would catch and shoot, I think he'd have a lot more success because Saracho really, really does give him opportunities on the inside, especially when you're going to spend that much time on the inside. You can kind of start to punch in between Saracho. You should be able to get a time in. Lopez doesn't do that. When Saracho's punching, he waits for him to finish punching before he throws.
There you saw the physicality. You know, Lopez able to just push Saracho halfway across the ring with barely an arm.
10 seconds left to go in round number 4. Saracho right now controlling the real estate.
Watch the back a little bit, okay? Good, Mark.
Right before round number 5, Louie Lopez, his cornerman simulating the movement he needs. But Chris, to you, has it been a little bit more about not bringing the physical pressure he needs, right? Just not kind of being the bully, even though he's a naturally larger man.
Well, I mean, I think Lopez is doing well, and he's been able to consistently land those right hands, splitting the guard of the southpaw Saracho. But I think he could make it a lot more definitive if he became more physical in between landing those shots.
Round number 5 scheduled for 10 in the welterweight division. As we said before, Saracho did not make weight, but Louie Lopez, the much more natural welterweight in there, much bigger frame.
Lopez also, he's one of those guys you really got to go over his record with a fine-tooth comb and look at all the tough fighters that he's been in with, the undefeated guys that he's beaten and knocked off. You know, the guys, even I was talking to his coach yesterday, you know, he beat an Alan Sanchez a few fights ago, and Alan Sanchez beat both of the guys that actually defeated Lopez. And they took that as like, well, we don't need those rematches now. We know we can beat the guy that beat them.
Little boxing math, sure. Take it while you can. Lopez having success.
Doesn't always work, though.
Doesn't always work out. With power punches, Lopez starting to get the edge, 44 over, as compared to 34 for Saracho.
Lopez is starting to pull away a little bit.
And also, sometimes it takes a few rounds, guys, to go, yeah, he's not hurting me with these shots.
Yep.
You know, it takes a few rounds to go, okay, I can go, I'm going to be all right.
That's another thing. You know, I think Saracho is used to being in with guys who are uncomfortable with his punching power. Lopez has been taking these shots no problem.
Yeah.
Feels comfortable on the inside.
Yeah, and that's something I think he's going to learn at welterweight. It's not going to be the same. You're not going to get the same respect for your power at this weight.
Kind of a universal in combat sports. Power punchers don't necessarily change weight classes well, so used to hurting guys every time they throw.
Oh, good body shot.
You don't hurt them.
Good body shot.
Saracho, a good body puncher. Louie Lopez says, I'm going to get to the body on this guy.
That's one thing that Lopez has not done. He's not really been able to get to the body of Saracho other than a small salvo in round 3.
Right hand straight a little bit low.
Watch your head, guys. Watch your head. Bring him up. Let's go. Bring him up. Stop. Stop.
One of the reasons for the
headbutt.
Combination by Saracho throwing a combination afterward.
Saracho landed a good right hook, then a headbutt, and then a couple good shots to the body.
Hey, the referee doesn't say stop, you don't stop. Saracho following up well, and Lopez now trying to answer back.
Oh, whoa. See, the difference is also Saracho does punch in between guys.
Yeah.
You know, and that could ultimately be the undoing of Lopez, despite the fact that, you know, Lopez is the bigger guy and he's probably in better shape. Saracho seems to have a little bit more talent there, and if you can make it work for him enough, maybe able to start edging things.
Better round for Jesus Saracho. We're halfway through this fight.
Okay, ¿está bien? Okay. Pick up the punch a little bit, okay? Other than that, good. Doc, everything's good, Doc.
And we are back halfway through this fight, scheduled for 10 rounds. Jesus Saracho had a very good round number 5, but good combinations.
That right hook is the best punch landed by either man tonight. Followed up by a headbutt and then a couple other good shots from Saracho. That was probably his best round of the night thus far.
That was coming off a very good round number 4 for Louie Lopez. Round number 6 is underway, and Jesus Saracho starting off with confidence.
Oof, really digging to the body with that lead hand, that right hand from Saracho. I think that really started things off in that last round.
And also, I think Saracho, if you start to notice, the guy's not throwing back when you're throwing. He's not trying to punch in between you. You're able to really have more confidence in finishing your combination. You know there's not going to be anything coming back until you're done punching. Because one thing Lopez is missing is the ability to punch in between Saracho. And Saracho has shown the ability to punch in between Lopez at times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we knew going into this fight Saracho was going to be the guy with more dimensions to his game, you know, and then that Lopez is going to be more the effort guy, more the size guy. This is his weight class, but that seems to be the way it's playing out.
Yeah, but to your point, Chris, it doesn't look like you capitalized on those advantages. If you're going to be bigger, okay, get in there, use the shoulder strikes, lean on the guy, push him around, and as you said, Paulie, he's kind of waiting for his turn to attack.
Yeah.
Right. And it seems to be he's using it less and less as the fight goes on, not the other way around.
Well, because Saracho also, will take his moments to lead, but he'll also punch when Lopez punches. Lopez will take his moments to lead, but then he won't punch when Saracho's punching. And that starts to create some gaping issues.
There is no correct build for boxing, gentlemen, but you got to use the build you have. If you're bigger, fight bigger.
Oh, good body work.
Now Lopez getting outworked a little bit by Jesus Saracho.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about conditioning. It seems like the pressure from Saracho is starting to wear the bigger man down.
Maybe the body punches.
Yeah, the body punches for sure. Oof. Saracho really loading up with the body shots on both hands, right and left.
But Paulie, it seems like you're dead on with the assessment that if you're not going to punch in the middle, the guy can just unload. He's not worried about one catching him.
Yeah. Lopez will wait for Saracho to finish punching every single time. Eventually, if you're a good fighter, you start to catch on to that pattern. The guy's not trying to punch in between you. He's not trying to time you. He's waiting for you to get done, and then he's punching. And if you're good, it starts to become easy to time that.
Jesus Saracho, he's good.
Yeah.
You've seen that before.
Yeah. He's lazy, but he's good.
He's good, yeah. I mean, I forgot which fight. It was after the Castillo fight.
Yep.
I went up to his coaching and his team. Oh, that body shot affected Lopez. And I went up to Saracho's team and I said, hey, this kid's good, man. Bring him back. And he's like, oh, we got to get him in shape. I'm like, get him. What do you mean get him in shape? He's fighting, get him in shape.
Nice uppercut there by Saracho.
How's that lead uppercut, right? That's one of his better punches. Again, the body work.
Nice body shot from Jesus Saracho. Lopez has to come up with some answers. He looks like he's starting to wear down.
Heavy shots at the end of that round.
Coming up on our main event, Arnold Khegai versus Joet Gonzalez. Khegai 22-1-1, 14 knockouts to his credit. Joet Gonzalez looking for that opportunity to get back on top at March 22nd. Fingers crossed, gentlemen, fingers crossed. Lester Martinez versus Joshon James.
Not holding my breath, Jimmy.
Fight was supposed to come back. Be positive for 2 seconds. Paulie, don't even talk. I never asked Paulie to be positive because he won't do it. But this idea that Lester Martinez 3 times has been unable to fight, had a neck problem that was leading to some migraine headaches. They got that fixed. And then when the flu was going around, by the way, everybody in my family got it, that flu. Same thing happened to Lester Martinez last time around, but they will collide March 22nd. It will happen. Thank you.
I like optimistic Jimmy.
Not listening to my negative color commentators right now. We're not doing it.
Paulie,
this fight continues. Didn't even ask Paulie. Round number 7 scheduled for 10.
That could be a show. Jimmy the optimist and
Paulie the pessimist.
And pessimist Paulie.
If we touch, it'll explode. Like matter and antimatter.
Well, you guys can't be in the same room at the same time.
When I'm the positive one, there's a problem. Right now, Lopez, you see him in the black and camouflage from Corona, California. Jesus Saracho with the tricolores. Mexican flag trunks, and Saracho's really turned it up the last couple rounds. That's how this man fights. If you haven't seen him before in ProBox TV, when he starts rolling, I called it a slow burn in the beginning. Once he starts rolling and getting confident, he tends to overwhelm guys.
I mentioned that he's a thinker. He's analyzing data. The gears are moving. He's setting things up. He's thinking ahead.
Body shots round by round. Saracho landing more of them. That could be part of it as well.
And I think that's been the story, really. But also, I noticed Lopez has success with that right hand. It's been all fight. But he's never thinking to follow it up. Follow it up with something. Build on it. It's a shot you land consistently when you use it. But there's nothing that he builds off of it with.
the expression we use, that Pez dispenser shot, it gets the guy looking up for a second. He can't see the next shot.
He throws it, but then he just watches his work. Yeah. He admires his work instead of, and you see Saracho throws in combination. Not just combination, Saracho throws in creative combination. You know, he's got quick hands and he punches all over the place. So he's creative and he finds different angles to the body and to the head and even up the middle with uppercuts.
Oh, nice shot there.
Straight left, right down the pipe from the southpaw.
Yeah, it was nice. He got his head off line, threw it right down the middle.
Nice combination by Saracho as he backed off.
And Lopez a little bit one-dimensional. He comes in the front door, goes straight back.
Yeah, a little bit heavy-footed too as he comes forward.
Nice body shot there from Lopez with the left hand, digs underneath the elbow.
Combination from Saracho, and as you said, Paul, he knows when to reload because he knows one's not coming back.
Yep. Nice double hook there. Nice double hook there by Lopez. This is something to build on here.
Body into the head. That blind right hand has been there throughout this fight. No setup, no jab.
Yep.
Throws it right down the center, and it works.
No fat on the punch, just straight down the middle. Good, fundamental.
But again, look who's
punch.
following it up, though. You see, he doesn't follow it up. He just admires his work.
Corner's telling him to follow it up. Sound advice.
Now, and Lopez can't be a guy who only lands one punch at a time. He only has 5 KOs and his 16 wins.
Saracho coming back and eats a good right hand in return. Round number 8 about to begin. Louie Lopez trying to find an answer, and he's found it in terms of single punches for the offense of Jesus Saracho. But Paul, he keeps watching his work. Even when he lands those good singles, no combination afterward.
Yeah, and that's not just that he watches his work. It's also frustrating if you're in Lopez's corner because you see the opportunity to follow up. You see the opportunity to do more. You know, there's a chance to pounce on Saracho after landing some of those clean right hands. But it's not. He's just been satisfied to throw those clean right hands. But then if you're going to just do that and be satisfied, you better be smart defensively. No, he's allowed Saracho to get off in combination and get off some good shots himself. So it's not being smart after throwing those right hands.
Saracho starting off aggressively. Not a surprise at all. Starting out with flicking that jab out in that southpaw stance. Talk about Louie Lopez being comfortable here in Long Beach, California. He's fought here 3 times. And Jesus Saracho comfortable on ProBox TV. He's used to being on our air. He knows what kind of fights he's going to get.
Saracho looks like he's comfortable everywhere.
Yeah.
The guy, like I said, he's got that poker face, and if he spent as much time in the ring as he has, it seems like it's very difficult to get him off his game.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's sort of an enigma because you can see there's a lot of potential with the guy, but does he want it as bad as he should, you know? Oh, good shot there.
Good shot from Lopez. Trying to take advantage. Might have Saracho rocked for the first time in this fight. And Saracho fighting back.
And regardless whether that actually rocked Saracho or not, it looked bad. And the ref and the judges are going to see that.
Yeah, went to the ropes. Looked like he lost his balance for a second, but firing back.
And every time an opponent goes to the body of Saracho, he freezes. He does not like the body work.
Usually guys who can't stay away from the fridge, they won't like the body shots.
Yeah. We saw that in the, which was a very good fight, the Alberto Palmetta fight. That was Saracho's last fight. They were going back and forth, but whenever Palmetta went to the body, Saracho froze. Oh, good straight left hand down the middle from Saracho, catches Lopez.
Also something you always tell young fighters and even experienced fighters, if you don't make weight, no one's going to take a chance on you for a title shot. Because you're not going to make the weight, then we got to reschedule, or the title's not on the line. Got to be disciplined outside of the gym. Saracho, you see his talent in the ring.
First job of a fighter is to make weight.
Yeah. It's like showing up on time. That's just the first thing you have to do.
There really is no excuse for not making weight.
And Saracho now turning it up. This round is progressing. Jesus Saracho has a habit of finishing strong.
Oh, good shots there by Saracho around the guard of Lopez.
That was nice. He threw 2 looping shots to try and land that right hook. Use that looping left hand. There it is again. Nice body.
And the left hand as well. You see that left hand lands because he's punching right with Lopez and timing him, something Lopez doesn't do to Saracho.
As the end of round number 8, Lopez starting out strong, and this is a shot that we thought rocked him.
It was a straight right hand. It has a little bit of a balance shot. You saw him look down at his shoe. But like I said, whether it hurt him or not, it didn't look good to the judges. It looked like he got knocked off balance by a shot that hurt him. Yeah, actually, that punch actually didn't land that clean. It looked more like his foot got tripped up. But again, perception is reality in a sport like this where scoring is based on subjective ideas.
Well, also, they don't have replay. Nope. In real time, we thought he was rocked by the punch. Yep. He suddenly stumbles. He went to the ropes, and he saw what they saw what we saw.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when he looked down, he kind of looked behind him, and so I think he was looking for if he tripped over something or something.
There's nothing in the ring to trip over, Jesus. Just letting you know right now.
Like when you trip over your own foot and you look behind you, like, what happened?
No, I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
That's what happened.
Exactly. And to your point, Jimmy, even when they do have replay, sometimes they don't use it. As in the case of Lamont Roach and Gervonta Davis.
Got to throw that one in.
Nice combination there by Saracho to stop
round number 9. But Saracho's always done this every round. He steps forward and he's the aggressor early. He sets the tone. You say it all the time, guys. Be the boss in there.
Well, he actually does it in the beginning and the end of the round.
Yeah.
It's very smart. You know, for a guy who's maybe doesn't want to fight the whole round, that's a good way to do it. Start and end the round strong. First impression, last impression.
Look at the total punches landed. Just what we would expect. A slight lead for Saracho, 119-108. It's about right. They've been competitive rounds, but Saracho's been a little bit busier.
And the rounds when Saracho has been able to pull ahead and assert himself, he's been very effective.
Also, Saracho has the ability to sort of slide in and out. You know, he's got a little bit more talent with the footwork.
Oh, body work. Good body work. I love when he does that little slide step to the outside, creates an opening, goes down to the body.
It's like I said, I think Saracho has sort of been an enigma any time we've seen him. You know, you see the potential's there, but it just, you wonder if he's ever going to live up to it because of his undisciplined mentality outside of the gym. Lopez hanging tough, but again, you can see what he is. He's a sort of meat potatoes. You know, there's nothing very flashy about Lopez. He's solid. He gives you one look. He's high guard. He comes to fight.
He brings his lunchbox.
Yeah, but doesn't have the most talent in the world. You know, he's got a nice shot there by Saracho, 1-2. And you see when Saracho plays with range, there's a good right hand by Lopez. But when Saracho plays with range, Lopez has trouble because Lopez is kind of heavy-footed. When Lopez is able to get inside, it's when he's got a chance to start working. But you see how Saracho's the one that gets off shots more because he's kind of playing with range, and Lopez can't get off unless he's at an inside range.
There you go.
Saracho's realizing that.
Yeah, you see that Matador move there from Saracho? He's able to slide right through and push Lopez through the rope. Nice overhand left, timed perfectly from Saracho. Put a little more mustard on that shot. That would have done some damage.
A little clash of heads there as Saracho got out of the way, the 1-2.
That's been a consistent theme throughout this fight. Oh, good right hand.
Lopez again with a good right hand. That's been the consistency for him. Is he going to be able to follow up? No, it's Saracho again who follows up.
I just don't know why Lopez not doing more.
You see, he can't close range, guys. I mean, his feet are so slow. It's like that's a sort of a kryptonite in his style. If you watch the way he picks up his feet, it's like they got jackets. It's like they hammers on them in them.
Or he's got sticky shoes.
An entertaining fight. One more round to go. What do we say all the time? Greatness shows over time. If you have more in your toolkit, it shows as the fight goes along. That's been the case here. Jesus Saracho has kind of pulled away as the fight has dragged on.
It's competitive, but it's competitive, but I'd say it's Saracho that's slightly edging. What do you think, Champ?
Yeah, I think Saracho's a little bit ahead. I think again, the rounds that he has been definitive, he's gotten a lot of really good work done. The rounds where Lopez, I think, was winning, he was like edging them. So I also favor Saracho slightly.
Yeah. Louie Lopez, you need a big round number 10. Of course, he'd love a knockout, but some knockdowns would help him as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the comments on the channel, on the YouTube channel. Most people have Saracho winning.
And he's got those eye-catching shots. He's ripping those body shots. He cuts angles. You know, he puts combinations together. It's not just single shots.
Good right hand there to start the round by Lopez. I think Lopez definitely, if he wants to have an argument here, he's going to have to win this round. Let's see.
Good nice straight left. Jesus Saracho cannot fight as though he is ahead in this fight.
No, I don't think either guy is going to do that. Saracho, he's coming out here to put on in this round.
Good short punches from Lopez, and Saracho answering right back. The fighter who struggled as an amateur in Mexico to get the funds to travel, now trying to make his name as a professional, but good stuff from Louie Lopez.
Yeah, that was a good left hook there.
Very good.
And Saracho came right back, as usual.
Lopez, good push off that double jab to get him that right hand. That's what you would have liked to see earlier in the fight. You know, pushing off that back foot when he comes forward. Instead, he just kind of trots forward instead of pushing off his back foot when he comes forward. Kind of messes up his footwork.
You know, we were saying that a fighter doesn't make weight doesn't necessarily mean they're not in shape. Right. Saracho's in shape. Like, we're in the 10th round. He's throwing combinations. It's not his conditioning. It's more of his discipline when it comes to, like, as we were talking about, the fridge to make the weight. But otherwise, he is in shape.
They ever contact you to try to help them make weight?
They did not. I speak to them all the time. Like, I asked his team. I was like, "Is he in shape?" And they said, "Yeah, no, he's in shape. And he didn't make weight, but he's in shape."
Good double hook there by Lopez.
Oh,
nice Lopez there. See, when Saracho's not changing range, Lopez is able to get some shots off.
Saracho's so good at just coming back. You said, Champ, he punches with you.
Yeah.
He's not waiting for his turn.
It has been a Jesus Saracho kind of fight.
Lopez not having a bad 10th round though.
No. It's just been a good competitive round.
Let's see, we got 50 seconds. Some might be up for grabs here, guys.
I feel like Saracho likes being in these kinds of fights. He's way more talented than this, but you know, always.
I guess it's better to complain about getting robbed than or feeling like you won the fight than it is to just lose outright. But it's also better to dominate.
Because even the Palmetta fight was the exact same thing. Yeah. It was like he was obviously, you know, ahead and it could be, but
there's guys who just never who are good, but they never like go that extra oomph to sort of seal the deal for the judges. I feel like Centeno Martin's like that too.
Yeah.
He's always right there, but he never does a little extra to just make sure the judges give it to him.
Or you see those journeymen who have a ton of draws, like they're right there and they just don't know how to step on it a little bit more.
You don't know how to. It's something to knowing how to go win a fight too.
And they are throwing with seconds left in the fight. Ooh, nice hook. Was it enough to win the round and the fight?
Close fight, man. You know,
that was fun.
I'd say Saracho was edging it, but that last round, I'd say I'd give to Lopez. It could make the scorecards interesting. Let's see. Yep.
Wouldn't be surprised either way. I agree with you, gentlemen. I think Jesus Saracho won enough rounds to win it, but we will see.
Regardless, though, the second half of that fight was very entertaining. First half was a little slow, but second half was excellent.
Those feeling out rounds, which way did they go? That is the question, right? Were those feeling out rounds, which way did they go?
Yeah,
that could be the difference.
Yeah. A lot of times that is the difference.
I hate just giving them to somebody. Sometimes you just got to give them 10-10. You know, it's like you can't just force yourself to give somebody around that nobody did anything.
It's also a real shame we use a 10-point must system, but we really only use 1 point.
Yeah.
You know, you can't show variation in who wins a round. You can dominate a round, or you can slightly win a round. It's still a 1 point round.
There's some action from the fight. Jesus Saracho throwing in combination That was his key to victory when he won rounds.
And you just saw him throw a 5-punch combination. And even when Louie was landing good shots, it was one at a time.
Oh, he got moving in the last round, though. I like the way Louie was pushing off his back foot. You know, I think Louie should push off his back foot anytime he's coming forward in general, instead of kind of trotting or walking forward the way he usually does.
He landed some really good left hooks in that round. We hadn't seen any good left hooks from Louie all night. In the 10th round, he landed like 2 or 3.
When you get a push off your back foot, you're able to close the range a little bit more sharply.
And you get that little explosive first step, that penetration step.
Well, for the most of the fight, he was just kind of trotting forward. His footwork was horrible.
Well, they have left it all in the ring, that is for sure, but we have gone through 10 rounds.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, let's see if Robbie can shed some light on this.
I think both guys are going to feel like they won. Let's see.
Yeah, but look at that. Saracho, 604 punches, landing 150. Lopez, 133 out of 411. But the body shots, Lopez said, I want to get to his body, but it was Jesus Saracho that did the better work. Lupe Contreras, and all the suspense.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 10 rounds inside of the ProBox TV ring, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 10 vueltas, consultamos a la tarjeta oficial para determinar el vencedor. Judge Reese scores about 96-94 in favor of Lopez. El juez Reese anotó 96-94 a favor de López. Y los jueces Guillermo y Kais entregan tarjetas idénticas de 95-95. Judges Guillermo and Kais turn in identical scores of 95-95. This bout is a majority draw. Este combate es declarado un empate mayoritario.
Sometimes you got to know how to go win the fight. You know, you can fight well, you fight good, you know, you can be sort of impressive, you show some good wrinkles to your style, but there's also an art to knowing how to go win the fight too.
Yeah, very, very true. Not to me, this doesn't fall into the category of robbery. I'm like, okay,
no, not at all.
But like you said, if the optics were a little different in a couple of rounds,
I felt like that last round, Lopez hustled and it allowed him to, you know, leave it up in the air. It allowed Saracho to sort of have left it up in the air. I think if Saracho would have won that last round, he'd have won the fight. I'd be curious to see how the judges scored the last round, because I feel like that last round kind of made a difference.
Yeah, I would love to see how each individual judge scored that, depending on that last round.
Having said that, I wouldn't have gave Lopez the fight like the first judge did.
No,
but there's we're also are we close to where he's from?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not far from Corona, yeah.
Well, the crowd was certainly behind Lopez.
Yeah.
But also this idea where, you know, 3 or 4 rounds, you don't know what happened.
Yeah.
You could give it to anybody.
Yep. That's why you got to close the show. And Lopez went and did it, and just to make sure.
Yeah, coming up, our co-main event, Luis Torres versus Nicholas Walters. This is guaranteed to be a show stealer. Can the veteran hold off the young buck? We will find out when we come back.
San Bernardino boxing fans, ProBox is coming to town. The main event, undefeated Guatemalan star and world-ranked #2, Lester Martinez, and the division's upset artist, Jay Sean James. The co-feature is an all-Mexican battle. Action-packed Vladimir Hernandez returns to the ProBox ring against Isais Lucero in a can't-miss Fight of the Year contender. Undefeated Guatemalan star and world-ranked #2, Lester Martinez.
We are in Thunder Studios, Long Beach, California. Proud to say my hometown. It's been a great night of fights and great crowd here tonight. They've been behind their local fighters. They've been vocal. The energy in here, absolutely outstanding. So we head toward our co-main event, a crossroads fight, you could say, for Luis Torres from Mexico against Nicholas Walters The veteran fighter, 29-1-1. The Jamaican fighting out of Panama. This is a man who is enjoying the fights now in his career. He says, I'm giving it everything I have. I am more mature. I am calmer. I am outthinking my opponents in there. It's a different fight than when I was a young man. But he's facing a young man tonight in Luis Koreano Torres, the southpaw who brings the action from start to finish. Last time out, Nicholas Walters able to control the pace against Joe Adorno. Might have some trouble doing that tonight. When you look for, as you say, Paulie, that spark, that desire to still win at an advanced age when you're past your physical prime, Walters has that. He hasn't given up.
I mean, he's a savvy veteran, you know, and he's showing the hunger too. I tell you, the things, the way he fights, you can see when a guy's older, but he still fights hungry. Walters fights hungry. He enjoys what he's doing.
Talk about hunger. His opponent, Luis Torres, that man is just about starving. At 20-1, 11 knockouts, he knows that this is the biggest opportunity of his career. He intends tonight to make the most of it. But Walters, it keeps occurring to me is the phrase, I'm playing with house money. He feels that he is just having fun in there. Take a look at the betting odds from Bet Online. Luis Torres -125, Nicholas Walters -105. Basically, gentlemen, a coin flip fight is what we call a pick'em. Is that how you see it, Paulie?
Yeah, it's one of those fights that's going to be close, man, because, again, Ken, last time we saw Walters take away the intent from the younger Adorno, right? The Adorno, like you said, was throwing punches like as if he was being charged to throw them. Torres isn't going to have that problem, so I want to see how if Walters is able to deal with the pace of a younger guy, or if he's going to be able to shut that down as well.
But Champ, Adorno has been a guy prior to that fight. He had points in his career where he was kind of handcuffed. Yeah. And he wasn't throwing punches. Exactly. So it wasn't completely out of the norm for Joseph Adorno to be that guy, to wind up that way. Yep. This one is for Walters to really stymie and handcuff Torres is going to be a much more difficult task.
So you're saying we got to fight?
We got to fight.
Oh, we got to fight for sure. Look at the age. 39 years old is Nicholas Walters to the 23-year-old Luis Torres, who was, by the way, 6 years old when Nicholas Walters made his professional debut.
Yeah. Walters could be his father.
Technically, yes.
He could literally be his father.
Could certainly be true. 2 inches taller, 2-inch reach advantage for Nicholas Walters. Does the IQ, the ring savvy, will it be enough tonight? Because Luis Torres comes out like an absolute tornado. Lupe Contreras going to get our co-main event started.
We continue with the action here at Thunder Studios. This is ProBox TV being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This is our co-main event of the evening, set for 10 rounds in the lightweight division. Este es el duelo coestelar de la noche, pactado a 10 vueltas en la división peso ligero. Los jueces son, the judges are Carla Caiz, Fernando Villarreal, and Iván Guillermo. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with white trim, presentando la esquina azul. Vestido de negro con vivos blancos, su peso oficial, 134 libras, his official weight, 134 pounds. Tonight, he returns to the ProBox ring in a quest for another world title with an outstanding record of 29 victories against 1 lone defeat, 1 bout even. 22 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche regresa al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV y continúa su búsqueda por otro título mundial con un récord de 29 victorias, solo 1 derrota, 1 empate y 22 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. The former WBA Featherweight Champion of the world from Montego Bay, Jamaica, and now fighting out of Panama City, Panama, the Axeman, Nicholas Walters. His opponent in the red corner, su oponente en la esquina roja, vestido de negro con el tricolor mexicano, verde, blanco y rojo. He steps in wearing black with the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. His official weight, 130. Entra con un récord de 20. In his first fight on U.S. soil, he enters the ring with 20 victories. One lone defeat, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. Pura Colonia Cajeme, Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, México. Luis Koreano Torres. With final instructions, referee Rudy Barragan.
Come on. The belt's perfect right here, okay? The cinto, the belt counts. Okay, belt counts. The letter's going to be your line, brother, okay? Do me a favor, obey my commands at all times. Switch them at those centers. Protect yourselves at all times. Protect yourselves, okay? Protégete. Yeah, Ramos.
We're now joined at ringside by someone who knows about taking on a tough Mexican fighter and having to dig deep. Last time out, of course, against Brian Acosta, Ramon Cardenas. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you guys for having me.
You've been here before, the veteran guy, but taking on the young buck, 23-year-old versus the 39-year-old. We are underway, round number 1. Nicholas Walters in the white and black trunks. Of course, his opponent, Luis Torres, in the black trunks with the tricolores on the side. What can Walters do to control the pace? That is the question against the very active southpaw.
Yeah, big fight for both of these guys. Anytime you're the age of Walters, you're going for one last run. Every fight is important because any loss at this point in your career can detours the final run you're trying to make. And of course, for Torres, fighting an ex-world champion, you get a scalp like that on your record, it sort of builds up your resume and makes you somebody to look at. So, very big fight for both of these guys at this point in their careers.
Interesting physical stat between these two.
And a good counter by two Walters there.
Obviously, Koreano much taller, but Walters has the reach advantage. 72-inch reach advantage for a 130-pounder. 135-pounder here.
And the thing about Walters is he's going to look to try to get in there anyway, right? He's going to try to, I don't think he's going to be trying to box on the outside from a guy like Torres. He's going to be trying to get inside of him and try to...
He's going to set traps, whether it's the outside or on the inside. I don't know how much time he wants to spend all the way in either with a guy like Torres, because he does throw a lot of punches.
But Ramon, when you look at it, Nicholas has a way of kind of slowing fighters down that normally throw a lot of punches. They get in there with him, and they're just uncomfortable. They don't throw as much as they normally do.
Yeah, I think they call him the Axeman for a reason, man.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, at the twilight of your career, the last thing to go is your power. So I think that's pretty what it is right now.
Absolutely, and I always say, you know, generally guys who fight late in quote unquote into their lives, the guys who fight when they're older, are power punchers. You have a longer life in this sport if you can punch.
They're looking for that one good shot.
Yeah, but you know he's very savvy. You know, one thing that Walters, this part of Walters' career has shown us is he's more savvy than we may have given him credit for. He was a guy who used to run featherweights over because he was big. Good shots there by Torres because he was so big at featherweight. But at lightweight, he's had to show some savvy tricks to his boxing.
I was at the fight when he knocked out Nonito Donaire, and I mean he just chopped him down. It was sad to see because I love Nonito, but it was so impressive and scary the way that the Axeman Walters was able to handle him. Clash of heads there.
Coming out, you're going to see some of those in lefty versus righty matchups here, clash of heads.
About to say it, and we're coming out in opposite stances.
And then also
Torres
taller
southpaw,
guy, taller guy, shorter guy.
I think Walters is doing a good thing at controlling the pace of the fight as well.
Good counter roll right hand by Walters. And guys, you're right about Torres, man. He's going to be trying to get those numbers up.
But shots like that, smart, tricky shots. And the number one thing about Walters, he just stays calm. Stays calm.
Yeah, takes his moments.
Yep.
Welcome back as we're about to get round number 2. Nicholas Walters in his corner. trying to control the pace. Mission accomplished in round number 1. It was a kind of veteran pace. The young buck wasn't able to get in and throw all the punches he wanted. Great stuff. Paulie, you said it, with the footwork just kind of keeping Torres a little up. Was never in a great position to throw a lot of punches.
And you can see Torres wants to throw. You know, again, the big difference in the Adorno fight. Torres is looking to make contact, get his hands off. Any chance he did, he did throw the punches. But Walter set those traps nicely. Champ, like you mentioned, you know, he's either all the way in or all the way out here against taller guys. That's exactly how Walter's played his cards in round 1.
And Ramon, you're a guy who's really good at picking individual shots and setting things up and thinking. I mean, do you see in what Walters is doing here?
Yeah. I see him, you know, counting his shots in the sense of making them count. He's not just throwing just punches because the other guy's throwing. He's making sure they count. And I think that would have taken
nice right hook.
That'll go in effect in the later rounds. The other guy's throwing a lot, and Walters is placing his shots very well.
And another difference, Champ, we were talking about the Adorno fight. Torres is huge.
Yeah.
He is a big 35-pounder. Joseph Adorno was not a big 35-pounder, and really was probably a 30-pounder. Now here we have a true lightweight in with a 39-year-old Nicholas Walters.
Walters has that roll right hand that works pretty nicely. But again, it's not deterring Koreano here. He's getting those numbers up. He's at close range. A little headbutt there as well.
This is the kind of fight that Torres wanted. Inside, rough, volume. Those are his advantages in the ring at 23 years old.
Yes. 2 years ago, Champ, you and I called a fight of Torres when he had a domestic dust-up, like basically a neighborhood fight with Misael Cabrera. It was a really good fight. He looked fantastic in that fight. Then his very next fight, he got stopped by a guy with very few knockouts. So that's something to think about, too. You know, Torres has been knocked out.
Knocked down 3 times in that loss, by the way.
Against a guy with like 5 KOs.
Walter's spending more time on the inside this round, and it's given Koreano Torres a chance to get those numbers up here.
But you say it, Chris, one of the things about Torres is you can close your eyes and hit the guy. It's not as though you have to go find him. So even someone without a lot of knockout power, they can find him. They can hit him.
He's a bit face first, you know, and he's so offensive-minded that there's going to be holes. Good body shot there from Torres. That's the thing, when you got those long arms and you're punching from that high position, you can go around the elbows like that.
It's been a theme tonight, Ramon, where we've seen some tall guys who can work the body well, who can work inside well.
Oh, Walter's starting to back him off now. Walter's digging in, starting to back off Torres here. Torres to stop punching.
I think Koreano has to bend his knees a little bit more. He's staying a little too tall.
Up high. He makes himself a target when he's up high like that on the inside.
He's letting Walters hit him with right hands.
It's also killing his balance, too. He's getting pushed back at times.
He's able to throw one shot or two, and then that's it.
He just missed the left hand and almost fell over.
Oh, good uppercut from Walters.
It's going to be interesting. Walters picks good shots, but Torres has these numbers going.
Also, how can Walters keep this pace?
He's backing off Torres in spots, though. Let's see if he continues to do it, if he backs him off more.
You see that look at the end of the round, Torres looking at him like, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for a rough fight. Ramon, your last time out against Brian Acosta, you fought that young, hungry lion kind of guy. He turned it up. You had to turn it up at the end to counter. Could that be this kind of fight as we look at the action from the last round?
I think so. That's what with 39-year-olds, that's what we're going to see what he's about at the end of the day.
Yeah, those uppercuts there from Torres were the foul that the referee warned him for. You notice the right hand he was holding Walters behind the neck and hitting and throwing those left uppercuts with the other hand.
Little dirty boxing.
Some damage underneath the right eye of Koreano.
Also some redness around the left eye, so those eyes are getting hit.
I mean, that's the thing, when you're south of that right eye, that's the lead eye. And Walters has always been a very good right hand puncher.
Also, Koreano has some high cheekbones, so they could be susceptible to swelling.
Also, looks like he cuts a lot of weight. Guys who cut a lot of weight tend to swell worse.
Shoot, look how tall he is.
Yeah, I got that.
Oh, slip there.
A little slip.
But
that's lefty versus righty slip, right?
That can sap an older man's legs. A 39-year-old who has to get up off the canvas. That's probably a good idea for Koreano to be physical, to do things like that.
We begin round number 3. It's scheduled for 10. Torres, fighter from Mexico. Taking on Nicholas Walters, the Jamaican training in Panama. Speaks excellent Spanish. Learned that at the fighter meeting as well.
Yeah, that was impressive. Very impressive. I didn't realize that he lived in Panama. So That right hook from Koreano, from Torres, has been a good weapon. Keeps it pretty tight.
Yeah, and that roll right hand by Walters too. He's trying to take something off the punches just so he can be accurate.
Oh. Last time out against Joe Adorno, you talked about his ability to control the pace. That's one thing he hasn't been able to do in this fight. No. It's been at a Torres pace, gentlemen.
Yeah. Not quite. He wants to be a little bit quicker, but it's definitely leaning more towards what Torres wants rather than Walters.
Faster than Walters wants to go.
Yes.
Yeah, not 100 miles an hour, which is what Torres wants, but faster than Walters wants to go.
And we spoke about that a few fights ago. When you're chasing a pace, it's a lot more difficult to maintain your conditioning.
Walter's trying to, not putting everything on the punches. He's trying to, I don't know if he's trying to match Torres for the output, but he's trying to find the openings. Torres trying to put some muscle behind those shots on the inside.
Oof, there's that short little right hand again from Torres.
Oh, nice straight left, right down the pipe.
Walters got square on the inside there. Ate that left hand down the middle.
I think Walters has to probably go more to the body if he's going to spend some time inside. It may, you talk about if tall guys may struggle to make weight. If you go to the body, it could take something out of
We got blood.
Torres.
I think we got a cut over the eye of, hard to see, of Torres. Yeah, it looks like that's a bad spot. It's over the eyelid.
It could be.
Around the left eye, good right hook.
Their heads are coming very close together.
Yeah, they're rubbing LH all over each other with the head, so it could be from a headbutt.
And I don't know if you ever noticed this, champ, but guys with braids, they always damage my face way more when they came together.
I know it was the main ball, guys.
Oh, good shot.
And that right hook
Walters
again.
off balance. He may be hurt.
Yeah, it's the pace. It's too many punches. The guy's too big.
Did he just finish?
I think he's done.
Could this be over?
I think so, too.
I think he's done.
What happened to Walters?
I think he checked out.
He turned his back and said stop.
That is it.
He's not right. He's not right.
He checked out.
That cut's bad, though. Torres' cut is in a bad spot.
Walters in all kinds of trouble as the round draws to a close. What a turnaround in this round, in this fight.
I'll tell you, I give Baragon credit. The referee, no referee would have gave that benefit of the doubt.
No, he would have stopped it. But yeah, no,
but at least he counted. But at least we got to count on the knee.
But Paulie, let's talk about bad cut. Bad placement.
Bad spot. Look at that.
Right on the eyelid.
Yeah, that's a really bad spot.
That is a fight-stopping cut, gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah, but let's see, because Walters didn't look good at the end of the round either. Let's see if that's a fight-stopping knockdown either.
Yeah. So the right hook has been.
I think Walters is done.
Yeah. I don't think he wants to fight. Yeah.
They finished the fight. It is a TKO.
And that's the thing about being old, guys. You think you want to fight until you're in there. When you
think you want to fight until you don't.
Yeah.
Luis Torres had too much for him with that hook over the top.
The kryptonite of an old guy is the pace, man. I tell you, it is
Father Time is
severely uncomfortable when you're older.
Yeah, Father Time is undefeated for a reason.
But Paulie, he got a veteran count. Let's put it that way. The ref showed him some respect. Let him turn around.
Because he counted at least.
Yeah, he did.
It wasn't the knee timeout knee. It was the count knee.
Because you could see Walters. He was in and out.
Yeah.
He turned around. He pretty much said stop.
Yeah.
He didn't want to fight. The ref gave him the count, and during that time he kind of thought about it. He was like, all right, maybe I can do it. I can do it. Goes back to the corner. You know what? I can't do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back out there.
And the shame for Walters is that cut was bad on Torres.
That's a fight-stopping cut.
Who knows how much longer it would have lasted.
But what a tragedy it would have been if they had stopped it on the cut and he's sitting in the stool about to give up. You know what I mean? We're lucky it worked out the way it did.
Yeah,
Yeah, there might only be one ringside doctor anyway, right? So if he was visiting Walters, he might not have been visiting Torres.
Corner stoppage. Referee just confirmed it for us. Gentlemen, this is one of those. This is Luis Torres' U.S. debut. He's never fought on U.S. soil before. But Ramon, to come out here and be able to do that against a veteran guy, 23 years old, he's got some man strength left to go.
Impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive. And Nicholas Walters is a former world champion for a reason.
And Ramon, I don't know if you're aware, Walters was fighting on our air recently against Joseph Adorno. He's a very dangerous guy, and Walters looked phenomenal.
Yes,
so this is not like this is not an old man. This is a former champion who can still fight.
But champ, I'll tell you, mentally you're still an old man. You
Yeah.
see, like when the pace goes, it just feels different when you're older. It's a horrible feeling. While when you're younger, it's uncomfortable, but you're just like
you're excited.
Fighting, it's a weird transformation your mind goes through. I can I could almost concur with Nicholas Walters because I've been there when I was older.
Me too. My last fighter was 38 years old. You know, you don't know you can't keep up with the pace until you can.
And you're like, man, this feels different, dude. The kryptonite of an old guy against a young guy, even if the old guy may be savvy, may have more skills, veteran experience, the kryptonite is always energy. Energy of youth overcomes.
It was just too many things, though, with Torres. Bigger, younger, and the gas tank. It's just too many things. Too many things.
And I liked at the end of rounds, he always gave him a look like, yeah, I'm here.
Yes.
I'm not intimidated by you. I like that
Play
edge.
that mind game, yep.
He was winning the mind game battle as well. Lupe Contreras make it official in this, what you could consider an upset in our co-main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ProBox TV ring, the blue corner informs referee Rudy Barragan they can no longer continue, obligating him to stop this contest upon the conclusion of round number 3. Damas y caballeros, la esquina azul informa al referee Rudy Barragan que su peleador no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda después de la conclusión del tercer episodio, declarando el vencedor por knockout, declaring the winner by way of knockout. Puro Colonia Cajeme, Luis Koreano Torres.
Did we say something about future stars on this card? This definitely
one to watch, yeah.
He is one to watch for
big
sure.
lightweight.
Yeah, Ramon, what did you see that you liked out of him tonight, man? There's a lot to like out of this kid.
His pace, his punches and his pace, that right there is going to be very hard to get by. I would like for him to go back to the gym and work a little bit more head movement. The head movement is just work a little bit more of that, but other than that,
his knees inside.
Yeah, being able to stay low, but other than that, I think he has a lot to give.
Hittable, but an incredible pace.
And he's young, so there's plenty of time to learn and improve as well, and your body will cooperate with you when you're young if you work it hard.
And the numbers confirm what our eyes were telling us when it came to punch output. He threw 208 to the 160 of Walters, landed 61 to the 47 of Walters, and more body shots. A tall, skinny fighter, but able to fight very effectively on the inside. When it comes to this kid, there is a lot to like. The bright future here at ProBox TV also has the style we love. Coming up next, of course, the main event, Arnold Khegai versus Joet Gonzalez. Featherweights on display, scheduled for 10 rounds. Two fighters looking to get back on top with a great performance in our main event when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
San Bernardino boxing fan, ProBox is coming to town. The main event, undefeated Guatemalan star and world rank number 2, Lester Martinez, and the division's upset artist, Jay Sean James. The co-feature is an all-Mexican battle. Action-packed Vladimir Hernandez returns to the ProBox ring against Isais Lucero in a can't-miss Fight of the Year contender. San Bernardino.
Welcome to ringside here in Long Beach, California. Thunder Studios getting ready for our main event of the evening. It's been an outstanding night of fights. This crowd here in Long Beach has been absolutely outstanding. But our main event is yet to come. Two fighters who are looking to get back into the championship track. They are one, maybe two fights away. Joet Gonzalez, Arnold Khegai. Joet Gonzalez, a standout amateur. He's had 3 opportunities at gold. He has come up barely short. If he can defeat Arnold Khegai in our main event, he knows he will get it. Joet Gonzalez knows what this opportunity means for him. Here is Joet Gonzalez in his own words.
Honestly, Khegai, I see him as, just another tough guy. A little, dirty here and there. but I don't really see nothing too crazy special. Come forward fighter, aggressive, leaves it all in the ring. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I just gotta be smarter than him. Gotta be smarter than him. Use all my, you know, attributes, my physical advantages on him, and pretty much just outsmart him. That's how I'm gonna get this victory. He's somewhat up there. He only has one loss to Fulton. You know, he lost the decision. Came up short, but you know, he's, like I said, he's a tough guy. He's coming to win. You know, so yeah, he's up there.
Do you see yourself as hungry as ever? You know, what's your mindset like?
No, I'm always motivated. I'm always in the gym. Like, you know, people think that I'm coming back maybe for some money or you know, just because had a little itch for boxing again. But nah, just because you don't see me doesn't mean I was never working. I'm always working. I'm always in the gym, whether I'm fighting or not. I didn't fight at all last year, but guess what? Monday through Friday, I was in the gym. Saturday and Sundays, I was also working out. So I'm always in shape. I'm always motivated, regardless of the losses. I'm still here till, you know, my body says no more.
Joet Gonzalez, a veteran fighter. He has no illusions about the kind of fight he is walking into tonight in this main event. He talks about his motivations. Well, guess what? Arnold Khegai, unbelievably motivated. One loss in his professional career. He knows he is one fight away from being right back there in title contention. Here on ProBox TV, it isn't just about the fights, but the kinds of performances you have. He is ready for a blood and guts war against Joet Gonzalez. Arnold Khegai, the proud Korean born in the Ukraine. He is ready to go as always. Look, Khegai knows that Joet Gonzalez is going to be in front of him for an absolute battle. Able to catch up with Khegai earlier. This is what he had to say.
My camp started maybe 2 months ago. It was in France because before I had another opponent, another like a boxing show, and now when it's I'm just moved to US for make a straight sparring camp like in Hollywood Wildcard Gym with Marvin Samodio, and I'm preparing hard. Yeah, I know this guy. Maybe 2 years ago, he not his team. Maybe Top Rank made me offer for fight with Joet, but something wrong. I don't know. It's I agreed, but I don't know what's happened. But now it's my opponent, and I know this guy is good guy, top guy, and for me it's good opportunity for show world who I am. But we will see how it will be inside the ring. When we start, after first bell, everything can be happen. But it's good guy. For me, it's very good, tough guy, and I'm preparing for this fight like 100%, and I'm trying to do something what I don't do before. But now I think I will be in the best shape in my career.
Welcome back to ringside here at ProBox TV. Thunder Studios in Long Beach, getting ready for our main event. Joet Gonzalez taking on Arnold Khegai. Heard the attitude of both men, 100% professional. They know the opportunity. They know how tough their opponent is going to be. Joet Gonzalez said it. He said, just because I've been out of the ring doesn't mean I've been out of the gym. I've been building on my skill set. Chris, that's the kind of professionalism we talk about when it comes to the elite level fighters.
Yeah, I mean, Joet he's just one of those guys. He's you know, he's living in the gym. He's super disciplined. He comes ultimately prepared each and every time. You know, to be off as long as he has been, but also coming back at the same weight speaks worlds. You know, to his discipline, what he's been doing outside of the ring.
And Arnold Khegai, one of those who, you know his style. Great counter puncher, very, very strong, physical, likes to come forward, throw big shots. It could be that kind of attrition battle in our main event, Paulie.
Yeah, and you know, I'll tell you something else. when you come from an amateur system that breeds a lot of good fighters, like Khegai does, even Joet has come out. He was a top fighter in the amateurs, winning several notable awards. You know, you have a lot of expectation. Not all the guys that had a great amateur career end up having great pro careers, but the expectation is always there for you, and you always feel like, you know what, I'm supposed to get there. Both of these guys are in that position. They haven't quite gotten the big one yet, but they're right. They've been right there. They failed right on that edge, right on that cusp, and now they meet in yet another crossroads battle for the right to have a chance to go get that big moment in their careers.
Joet Gonzalez, you see him in the ring. His pre-fight preparations right in front of us. Obviously, pro-Mexican crowd here in Long Beach, California. All over Southern California, that's what you're going to get. Also, you look at this crowd, I see a few Ukrainian flags flying. Those are for Arnold Khegai, Korean by birth. Grew up, amateur career in the Ukraine. There he is, the betting odds. Arnold Khegai, a -175 favorite. Joet Gonzalez +145. You gotta admit, Paulie, they're tightening up a little bit.
They're learning. They're learning.
A little bit.
They used to disrespect them a little bit.
A little bit. Now they're getting a little bit closer. The guy stepping into the ring. Both these guys very complimentary about one another. Take a look at the tail of the tape. Similar in age, Arnold Khegai 32, Joet Gonzalez 31 years old. The reach advantage significant for Joet Gonzalez, 6.5 inches. Both weighed in about the same. This is going to be an incredible main event. Lupe, let's get it going.
We continue with the action here in Thunder Studios. This is ProBox TV being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. Our judges scoring the action ringside. We have Ivan Guillermo along with Fernando Villarreal and Jack Reese. And now, Long Beach, California. We're going to find out quién es el más macho. The ProBox TV main event is on now. This contest, 10 rounds or less in the featherweight division. Este duelo, 10 vueltas en la división peso pluma. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with teal trim. Presentando la esquina azul, vestido de negro con azul marino. Su peso oficial, 127 libras y un cuarto. His official weight, 127 1/4 pounds. Tonight, this 3-time world title challenger enters the ring with 30 pro bouts and a record of 26 victories against 4 losses, 15 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Esta noche, este 3 veces retador de título mundial entra al cuadrilátero con 30 combates profesionales y un récord de 26 victorias, 4 derrotas y 15 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Fighting out of Glendora, California, Joet Gonzalez. In the red corner, he enters wearing black with blue and gold trim. Presentando la esquina roja, vestido de negro con vivos azules y amarillos. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 127 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an official 127 1/2 pounds. Tonight, this world-ranked contender enters the ring with an outstanding record of 22 victories against 1 lone defeat, 1 bout even, and 14 of his victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, este clasificado mundial entra al cuadrilátero con un récord de 22 victorias, solo una derrota, un empate y 14 de sus victorias por la vía del KO. Fighting out of the acclaimed Wild Card Boxing Gym and representing his homeland of Odessa, Ukraine, Arnold Arni Khegai. Our referee, Thomas Taylor.
Come on over, gentlemen. Okay, coaches. Gray letters, everything underneath the gray letters and above is going to be good. Everything underneath these letters and above is going to be good, all right? You got my instructions in back, gentlemen. Protect yourselves at all times, so listen to my commands. Touch them up. Back to your corner, gentlemen.
And we are ready to go for our main event. I'm joined by the 3 champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, and Ramon Cardenas at the end. Thank you so much for joining us, champ. Looking forward to a great main event. It is all the Khegai in the black and Ukrainian trunks. Joet Gonzalez in the blue and black.
You ready? You ready?
And we are underway, round number 1. Khegai has only lost to Stephen Fulton, current world champion. That loss has aged pretty well, gentlemen.
Yeah,
yeah, for real.
Continues to roll.
Then Joet Gonzalez losing to Luis Alberto Lopez. That was 18 months ago. Talk about the layoff. He talked about it with you, Chris. And, I've spent time off, but I've been at the gym.
Yeah, Joet, I mean, I called a few of those fights. The Navarrete fight where he showed a ton of heart. He had a really, really bad deep gash under his eye, but fought well, through that into a 12-round decision loss. The Venado Lopez fight, I thought he boxed extremely well in that fight and was much closer than even the scorecards had it. He's always been right there. Let's see if he can put it together tonight against a hard-charging, very physical Arnold Khegai.
That's where Khegai has shown so much promise in the past, is with those short-range punches. He is built like a brick house.
Yeah, he's a fire hydrant. Very, very strong. You see the strong legs, built core. Uses that physicality very well.
Chris, you'll appreciate this. 2-time world champion in Muay Thai before he got into boxing.
Khegai.
Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable.
Guys like that just love fighting.
Yeah.
Like this guy next to him.
Yeah, exactly. Aim a fight sport, I'll do it.
But also to excel at both of those styles that require really different footwork, really different range, everything.
Nice combination there by Joet.
I like the early body work from Khegai. He's been focusing that left hook to the liver, which is a good move against a taller, rangy guy like Joet.
We talk about the culture of Ukrainian boxing, but Khegai doesn't come from the same system. He comes from the Muay Thai system. A lot of the Ukrainian top fighters come from that world-class amateur system.
Guess what? Some great kickboxers out of Eastern Europe too.
Yeah,
like what's his name also? Lipinets, right?
Lipinets, yep. Lipinets was a very good kickboxer. Khegai looking to be on the short list of former kickboxing champs to become world boxing champs.
Ooh, shot there around the guard there by Joet.
Good uppercut combination from Gonzalez.
Yeah, Joet has his own boxing substance as well. It's a solid amateur career, a couple of wins in the amateurs over Tank Davis.
A little bit of a stumble there. It's funny, Khegai putting the pressure on, which is a great thing to do. If someone's been off 18 months, test them, see if their timing is good. And Khegai bringing a lot of pressure early.
Yeah, putting good snap on those inside punches as well.
Yeah, Khegai showing good hand speed on the inside. Been impressed with his combination punching.
The guy has an off rhythm to him,
Most of us kickboxers do.
Yeah.
Usually guys who make that transition, there's an offbeat rhythm.
Entertaining round number 1 in the corner of Joet Gonzalez, but so much physical pressure brought by Khegai in that opening round.
Yeah, there's an offbeat rhythm to Khegai, man. Coming from that Muay Thai background, right, champion?
Yeah, I was saying a lot of us kickboxers generally have an offbeat rhythm because it's a different flow, and a lot of times a lot of boxers aren't able to really hone in on that. As you make the transition, is actually going to be an asset, and we're seeing Khegai using that quite well in that first round.
As we begin round number 2, Ramon, what you saw when Joet Gonzalez throws combinations, man, he's still quick, very explosive with the shots. Does he need to do a little bit more of that to maybe keep Khegai off of him?
I think the best thing he needs to do right now is stick to his game plan. Don't try to get into a firefight. We know he likes to fight, but sometimes it's easier just to make it simple.
Yeah.
I think right now he just needs to be simple and keep it on the outside.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing, Ramon, because, you know, when you get close range, Khegai sort of is in his happy place at close range. He sort of starts to, you know, make it physical. He can pick more shots. But from the outside, you would think Joet has more of an advantage if he keeps that long jab in Kegai's face like that.
And he has the reach. What is it, almost close to 7 inches?
Yeah, I was really surprised at how short the reach of Khegai is, and then obviously seeing him and the way he's built. But, you know, in the interviews with Joet leading up to this fight, he said, he was like, you know, I don't want to be dragged into a fight. I'm smarter now. I'm going to use my skills. We haven't really quite seen that yet.
Yeah, he's not busy enough with the jab for me. If you're going to avoid a firefight with the guy, you got to use the jab to sort of hold him off on the outside. And Joet is waiting a lot, and he's also on his front foot, bending down in front of the guy. So it's going to it's going to enable these kind of exchanges.
You know, from the open, I had said, you know, for Khegai to be successful tonight, he's got to get ahead and stay ahead, and that seems to be what he's doing. He's taking the first initiative, and he's just staying ahead.
And as you know from being a wrestler yourself, it's hard to tie up a guy like Khegai. When you need a little space, you can't really get it.
He's so energetic too. Blood from the nose of Khegai now.
So Joet got something on there on the inside. See, he can build off that.
Joet has very respectable power. You know, he's obviously fought at the world-class level. He does have 15 KOs.
Nice, sharp right hand. And you just went over the list, Paulie, of the names he's faced, and it's the best guys in the world at the weight class.
Shakur Stevenson, Emmanuel Navarrete, Isaac Dogbo, and Bernardo Lopez. I mean, that's a who's who.
That guy gives a little shrug.
I like how Joet is punching the arms and shoulder of Khegai. It's a smart move. Oh, nice uppercuts.
Oh, he's got big arms. They're a big target.
Oh,
headbutt.
Joet bends down a lot at close range, and I think he sort of does himself a disservice as well by doing that, because it sort of enables Khegai to keep him in there.
Joet has been cut several times in his career, in and around the eyes.
Yeah, you could see it when you were interviewing him, scar tissue all over both eyelids. Good body work again from Khegai.
Again, the fast hands of Khegai, very impressive.
Compact shots, very compact.
Very compact, yes.
Look at the aggression of Khegai. Has been paying dividends. Let's take a look at more of the action of that round number 2.
Here's a jab. You see the jab works for Joet when he uses it. Just has been few and far between. And when he doesn't, gives Khegai that entrance to the front door. And when he gets in the front door, he starts to put together some nice shots. There's that headbutt there.
That was a nasty headbutt. It was more on the nose than the eyes, though. It's probably better off. I was going to say that Khegai is doing a good job of closing the distance, but in actuality, Joet's just doing a bad job at maintaining distance.
Yeah.
And look at the jabs. We're just talking about Khegai throwing 12, Gonzalez throwing 22, but Khegai has landed more. It's been there, but to your point, Paul, it hasn't been as effective as it should be.
Yeah, and you don't have to land every jab. I mean, a lot of jabs are there. You can throw them at the arms. You can throw them at, you know, at the shoulder. You can throw them at different things that, you know, sort of keep a guy busy.
You see the level as we begin round number 3. Both these guys elite in their abilities. You can see it, but Ramon, how do you punch in the middle of a guy who's as compact as a guy? You're trying to fight in the middle of the combination. That's hard to do.
Yeah, I think he really has to use his jab. You know, to answer your questions, use your jab, because the jab's going to set up everything else.
Yeah, and also control range, because, you know, if you don't use your jab, and he's not using very many jabs, and he's also getting so low. It's hard to control range when you're that low, because it slows down your feet.
Yeah, the body type of Khegai actually reminds me of Ruslan Provodnikov.
Yeah.
He's not as big of a puncher, but with a guy like that, you have to aim really low with your jab. You've got to aim at the collarbone. You got to aim at the shoulders. I think Joet's aiming too high with his jab, because he's allowing Khegai to get under that jab and then close the distance.
I think he's fighting his height too.
Yeah.
Fight your height. It's okay. Stay high. Use your jab.
I'm telling you.
That's a great point, Ramon. He's crouched in front of a shorter guy.
Yeah, and it's hard to control range when you bend down like that. It really is. If you want to be in and out against a guy like Khegai, and it's impossible to do that when you're bending down like that, because your feet are going to be slowed down.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially when you're a taller guy, a crouch position's not fast.
Yeah.
So you see how he's opening his legs very, like a lot. His legs are very open. That's why he's so short. Close your legs a little bit, you're going to be a little higher. Use your jab.
Khegai, very explosive with his footwork and his hands.
Crowd starting to get a little frustrated here. I think he might be a little spoiled because we have some very exciting fights leading into this.
I was going to say, this is not boo-worthy at all, but from what we're used to all night, then maybe incomparatively.
Yeah, they're fighting.
They certainly are, but these are two high-level guys, and they understand the risks in everything they do.
They just can't go in there and just fight.
Exactly.
You have to understand the person who's in front of you.
Good left hook from Joet Gonzalez.
And one thing, you know, from past fights that I've called for Khegai, he is a very high energy output style.
There's a little mouse.
Big mouse, yeah, underneath the eye of Khegai.
So you see, I mean, when Joel throws from the outside, he's able to
leverage on the shots.
Yeah, he's able to hurt the guy. Not hurt him, but, you know, mark him up and stuff.
Well, they're heavy. You can hear the shots from Joet. When he has distance, when he punches at the end of the punches, that there is power on them.
The guy has invested in the body from the beginning. What Khegai is complaining to the referee about.
I think he's putting his head down, or pushing his head down, perhaps.
Problems with a height disparity like this, you see a lot of that. In and out movement, but good round from Joet Gonzalez.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think on this round he did a lot better in controlling the range.
We are about to begin round number 4. Joet Gonzalez did well in round number 3. It's like he's listening to you guys. He's getting a little bit taller, throwing the jab a little bit more effectively.
Yeah. And it allows him to sort of come in and out of range when you're a little taller, because now you can use your footwork to your advantage. And you're going to be down low. I'm telling you, it's completely going to nullify your footwork.
Round number 4. Underway, scheduled for 10.
Nice combination there by Khegai.
That was a nice slip and rip from Khegai from the middle distance.
Look at the total punches landed. Khegai 42 to 28. And has just been in command of this fight so far. I thought the last round looked good for Gonzalez. Remember, the judges do not have access to the numbers we have.
You know, I'd mentioned that Joet has been cut and susceptible to swelling. His face is actually holding up pretty well tonight. He's been hit with some good uppercuts and some big shots. I remember that Navarrete fight, his face was like falling apart from the second round on. That was behind the head. That looping shot and a shoulder.
Yeah, he's a physical guy.
Yeah, makes fights rough. And Joet had mentioned, he had said that he thinks that Khegai's a dirty fighter.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things you bring when you come from another fight sport, right? You're not going to be all pretty.
Hey, he hasn't thrown one knee, and I'm impressed with that, okay?
Offbeat rhythm and a little bit of physicality.
I give it to him. No knees yet.
No knees yet.
Speaking of knees, I'm surprised that Khegai is wearing that knee brace. I don't like guys showing, you know, that there's an issue anywhere.
This is better than your knee collapsing, though, right?
Yeah.
Mouth swelling under the left eye of Arnold Khegai, and so far hasn't been a problem with his vision.
I had knee issues through a lot of my career, and I refused to ever wear a brace during the fight because I didn't want anyone to notice or know that there was something wrong.
Clash of heads in the middle of that combination. You see what Khegai does also intelligent. When Gonzalez tries to get it back a combination, Khegai steps in and smothers and makes it physical. You see what he does here.
But Joet's refusing to clinch. That's a really good tactic here. It takes 2 to clinch. You don't have to allow it. And
that's why Taylor's giving him a warning. Makes it more obvious.
And it's good when you have an impartial ref who's not going to allow one guy to take advantage.
Leaping left hook from the outside. Joet Gonzalez, hook of his own.
I think Khegai is finding his rhythm right now. I think Joet needs to disrupt that.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of fighting all the way in and all the way out.
Yeah, see what he does. He takes away the space from Joet. Joet with a nice uppercut there, though.
The fight is breaking out in round number 4. Blood out of the nose of Arnold Khegai.
Yeah, I think that was that uppercut.
Crowd is going nuts. It is really loud in here.
But you love the strategy. Khegai trying to clinch and Gonzalez not letting him. Welcome back. Round number 5 about to begin. A ton of action in that round number 4. But Paulie, to your point, the clinch, good job breaking away from it for Gonzalez.
Yeah, and then you saw a second earlier that uppercut by Gonzalez to the nose of Khegai. That probably caused the bloody nose. And then Joet not accepting the clinch. What happens is Taylor knows it sees the obvious, which is that it's Khegai enforcing the clinch. And Khegai a lot of times does it to break up the rhythm of Joet. It's part of Kegai's rhythm breaking.
And they meet in the center. Neither man backing down. Crowd loving it here in Long Beach.
Khegai came out with a big overhand right. Joet went right under it and landed a left hook to the liver. Really nasty shot.
It is becoming a battle of attrition in round number 5.
Can you believe a round and a half ago the crowd was booing? now the place is shaking.
What they say, Gladiator, the mob is fickle, brother.
That's right. Power punches landed. Khegai a 12-punch advantage through round number 4. But so far, to me, this fight a lot closer than maybe the numbers would suggest.
Yeah.
I think Kegai's face is showing a lot of damage. Both of his eyes are already swelling up.
Yeah, you got that, when those high cheekbones, a lot of times it'll swell up a lot easier. See, again, good Joet trying to get away from the clinch.
Crowd kind of getting on Khegai.
It's a guy, again, he doesn't have a background in boxing. It's Muay Thai. So on the inside, your best bet is to nullify the inside fighting by holding or by making it physical and smothering Joet. But if Joet doesn't accept it, it makes it more obvious that Khegai is just trying to nullify the work by holding.
Second half of this fight is going to be really interesting. Kegai's pace has slowed tremendously. He came out like he was shot out of a cannon those first 3 rounds. These last 2 rounds, you're seeing more and more good work from Joet as Khegai starts to slow down.
When Khegai was a 2-time world champion kickboxer, Joet Gonzalez was cutting his teeth in the amateurs. You mentioned 2 wins over Gervonta Davis.
Good body shot there again from Joet. That's the second really good left hook to the liver he's landed this round, and Khegai holds.
Great job from Joet Gonzalez, moving and slipping even in the clinch.
You see what Khegai does there. He runs away and then he charges in trying to initiate a clinch. Or initiate a smother.
Did he get?
Wow, 1 point already.
Yeah.
He has warned him several times.
That is
Referee
huge.
has warned him several times.
The corner of Joet Gonzalez is saying, attack the body, attack the body.
They said, you heard him. They believe that body attack is paying dividends.
Yeah, he landed a good left hook early and a left hook later. Ever since then, Khegai has been holding.
Khegai doesn't have enough wrinkles. His game on the inside. All he doesn't know how to do is
jab. Just got rocked with a jab.
I think the pace favors Joet.
It's almost as though Gonzalez weathered that storm early, and it's starting to pay dividends.
Yep, too much energy expended from Khegai early and just didn't do enough damage with it.
Yeah, we're only halfway through here, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of fight left.
And who said the second half was going to be interesting?
That was Chris.
Yeah.
Gotta say he's right so far.
certain guys don't wear damage as well as others. You land the same punch against two guys, and one guy starts swelling up, and it looks like if you're trying to judge this fight based on that damage, Khegai is swelling up badly now.
Yeah, for sure.
The high cheekbones don't do you any favors in a fight.
But it also shows you that punches are getting through.
Yeah.
So some punches that might be difficult to tell if a combination is getting through.
Well, Joet gets in a couple of sneaky uppercuts too that I think have blooded the nose of Khegai. Like I said, Kegai's a little bit lost on the inside. He just knows how to make it physical, rough, sort of negative work or clinching. And I think by Joet not accepting any of that, it made it obvious that it was Khegai trying to hold.
The corner number 6 underway.
The corner's doing a very good job, though. Khegai comes out every round looking a little better. That point deduction can really be huge in a fight like this.
Crowd chanting Joet for the fighter from Los Angeles, California. Also, Khegai did some body work early on in the fight, and back half of the fight is when that starts paying dividends.
No jabs from Khegai, though, guys. You know, he's just trying to pick moments and get out, and you're not going to be able to control the pace without using a jab.
Joet's starting to land a good jab.
Even Joet for me hasn't been busy enough with the jab, but at least you see it sometimes. There's no jab from Khegai. He uses a couple of little uppercuts and short hooks there.
Did the pace slow down, guys?
Yep. Khegai looking to counter punch. You said, Chris, he was the aggressor early. Now he's kind of biding his time a bit.
Yeah, guy trying to sneak.
He's still trying to clinch, though. He's got to be careful. He's flirting with another warning, another deduction.
I think when he gets trying to smother, then he tries to escape instead of trying to smother and then just hold this time. And I think because of the point deduction, I think it's made him sort of slightly change that approach.
And Chris, despite the warnings, did the point surprise you?
Yes, just how fast it came. I mean, it was pretty obvious, and actually Joet sped up the process by fighting off the clinch, not accepting it, which is very smart and veteran move on his part. But still did surprise me.
Oh, nice combination for Joet Gonzalez. Hands up. Don't know how many got through. Sneaky uppercut.
Good return there from Khegai, though.
Khegai with the angles on the exit. But again, blood from the nose from that uppercut from Joet.
It is flowing freely.
Oh, now Joet clinches. Yeah, that nose.
Oh,
a cut around the eye of Joet Gonzalez.
There it is.
And Taylor calls it from a punch.
There will be blood.
Oh, there is.
Great movie, great fight we got in front of us now.
Oh, look at this combination from Joet.
What a main event.
Is it a Joet Gonzalez fight if he's not marred with red?
Well, I guess now it is.
Yeah.
Good jab from Joet Gonzalez. This crowd going absolutely nuts. It is deafening inside Thunder Studios in Long Beach.
Both men bleeding. The nose of Khegai bleeding out of both nostrils. Oh, bad clash of heads there. But also, the eyes swell worse when the nose is damaged.
I think Khegai had a good rebound around this round, too. Just doesn't jab.
Man, what a great main event.
Oh, that eye is bleeding.
Yeah, it is bad.
Bad.
Can't see exactly how deep it is, but it isn't directly over the eye. The placement isn't horrible.
No,
it is on the outside as we get ready to begin round number 7.
I'm watching the blood flow right now, and it is going around the outside of the eye. It's not a dangerous cut, but it will be messy.
It's difficult to not judge blood, but blood coming out of the eye of Arnold Khegai as well. And his corner, as you pointed out, Chris, doing a great job.
Is Khegai cut on the eye too? Khegai has a cut on his eye, or
no? He's bleeding out of the nose, and they're able to stop it every time so far. But
yeah,
swelling on the face of Khegai, a bloody nose, and a cut around the eye of Joet Gonzalez. It's an interesting fight.
Got to see how long Joet can avoid getting touched again. See if that coagulant can get in there, stop that bleeding a little bit. But I think it's bleeding already.
Yeah. Round number 7. It is scheduled for 10. We talked about the technique of these two gentlemen, their history, their past, but now it's about guts and hearts.
Both men started this round bleeding. Like their corners are not able to control the blood.
And as we said, it's experienced corners. They're doing the right things. It's just both these guys have found a home for their uppercuts on the inside.
And the way they're in on the inside, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
big shot there by Joet.
Oh, Joet caught him again. Another big right hand.
No jabs means a lot. Only power punches from both guys.
If they're trading, I believe it'll favor Joet. He looks to be the guy with the heavier hands.
That is saying something, considering how Khegai started this fight, throwing big bombs, but Joet Gonzalez answering back, especially as this fight has gone to the back half.
You know, both these guys have been kind of hard luck stories when it comes to winning titles or in title fights. 4 title challenges between the two of them, 4 losses.
They're only losses, right?
You're right.
Yeah. Only in
well,
title
no, Joet has 1 loss against Isaac Dogbo.
Oh, okay.
That's good left hand. The guy paused for a second, shook his head.
But you can tell both these guys are fighting and understanding this is probably their last shot at a title.
And also, the fact that both of them are bleeding, you get a little urgency. You know, I got to get some back. Well, it's obvious I'm hurt here.
Joet was just wiping his eye. So that blood is now getting in the eye. That eye is bleeding bad.
Oof, yeah, there's a lot of blood. Not a lot lands clean, though, because neither guy uses a jab to set up the punches. So
well, it's a lot of lunging in and out.
Yeah.
None of them have to do more body work. No one has really thrown any body shots.
In a few rounds, right?
A few rounds, yeah.
Ooh, man.
Combination. Do that bad.
Man, the defense of Gonzalez, man, his hands are just glued to the side of his head. He respects the power of Khegai on the inside.
We know what it is, Jimmy. The hands, because he has those short arms. The hands move very quick. They're very compact.
Not want another point deduction.
Well, I'll tell you what, Khegai was trying not to accept the clinch. There, I'm not sure. You know, that was Khegai trying not to accept that clinch because Gonzalez was trying to hold there. And it was Khegai that got warned.
Heads came together again.
Yep, 1 point taken away for clinching already. Man, what an incredible fight. Round number 7 draws to a close. Man, 3 more to go. And looking in the corner of Joet Gonzalez, they are working on a cut around the right eye. But man, what a round back and forth action in the corner. Joet Gonzalez, he had Khegai hurt for sure.
Yeah, that was a beautiful right hand that he had Khegai going straight back in a straight line, high along the ropes. That's a bad mistake there, and Joet took advantage of it. But toward the end of the round, Khegai was boxing really well, in and out, being explosive, avoiding contact.
A doctor coming in to check out the cut. And he just said, I can relive. Can you see? Yes. Okay, good. Nope. Understand, checking out the vision, but no deep look at it.
Yeah, because remember Taylor, everything called it from a punch. So if they stop it on that cut, the guy wins on a TKO.
It would be. I like the doc. He didn't take a real close look at it. Doesn't look that bad. Just bleeding quite a bit, but it's running outside the eye. It's an amazing fight for the Ukrainian. Arnold Khegai in the blue and yellow. Gonzalez, Mexican-American out of Los Angeles, in the black and blue.
That was a nice off-rhythm change from Joet to land that combination.
Yeah, and he stepped in punching.
And Khegai just said, let's go, and waved him in.
At this range.
And he set up off the jab. That's what I've been saying.
And there's a lot of blood coming out of the nose of Khegai right now.
Yeah, at that middle distance range where Joet leads with the jab, it's not competitive.
Good overhand right from Khegai.
A little rubbernecking from Joet, but still a good right hand.
And that eye is just dripping, dripping, dripping.
I think he might take another point out.
Stern warning.
That's the last one. That's what the referee said. Khegai has to fight clean from here on out. He already had 1 point deducted. And in a fight this close, that could be the difference.
I mean, this is not an easy fight to score. It does seem like it's highly competitive and back and forth. That point can play a huge role.
I was about to say the same thing. I don't know who to give the rounds to.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Very close.
Again, neither guy jabbing. I feel like somebody would just take control if they just used the jab.
Well, I'm going to assume it's not going to be the guy with the 64-inch reach. He's going to start jabbing.
But he might as well, because the guy with the longer reach isn't jabbing anyway.
Headlock there.
A jab could take you around the world.
Good body.
Yep.
A right hand will take you around the block. A jab will take you around the world.
Yep.
Khegai having some confidence once again in his power punches. He was slowing down in the middle rounds. He's getting a second win now.
Left hand by Khegai.
Yep. Yeah, he mixed that up real nice. Good eye by the ref there. That was just a normal clinch. That wasn't Khegai really going for it. Nice combination from Joet. Oh!
This is what ProBox is about, guys. I love it.
Man, this is a ProBox fight for sure. Ramon, I got to agree with you.
Who was favored, Jimmy?
I don't remember. It was a coin flip fight. It was
minus 445 and plus one.
It was Khegai who was the favorite.
Khegai was the favorite.
Minus
Khegai was 175 on one fight.
And Joet was plus 145.
Yeah. Close, but an edge definitely to Khegai.
Let's see.
But Gary Jonas, our CEO of ProBox TV, he said, he's like, on paper, Joet should be the favorite. He has the higher level competition. And other than Stephen Fulton for Khegai, he really hasn't fought anybody that notable.
So would you say the odds makers still don't know how to?
The odds makers still don't know.
Disrespect him a little. And we are back. Round number 9. 2 more to go. It has been an incredible back and forth battle. Been working on the eye of Joet Gonzalez. 2 more rounds, and these gentlemen are carrying a lifetime of boxing frustration into these last 2 rounds. You said it, Chris. They've been close. They've never been the man.
And only one man can be the man tonight and move on to potentially that dream of being a world champion.
So it's such a brilliant matchup to put it on ProBox. You know, 2 guys that have been close but have never been the man. They keep coming up short against a higher level. Okay, match you against one another.
Man, they've given everything.
And it's been a, very evenly matched fight. Another good, solid ProBox main event.
I don't know who yelled that, but they're right. Said Joet, you cannot lose this round. I agree.
Neither can.
Neither can. Yeah.
I think you can't take a chance on any of it.
Look at the total punches. Khegai, a slight edge, 101 to 95.
That's a lot of punches, guys. That's a lot of landed shots.
Oh. Good right hand.
Big left hook from Khegai. Whoa, combinations from Khegai. Good body shot from Joet. Snuck that in there real good.
When Joel's active, he throws very beautiful work.
The comments are mixed with who they got winning.
And it should be. I completely agree with that.
One guy has an 8-0 Khegai. I don't know what he's watching.
8-0? Is he in the Ukraine?
Some guy named Usyk. I don't know what the deal is.
Good exchange here between both guys. But I see both ways, 5'3", 6'2" for both ways. I don't know.
But it's one of those things that you see where at medium range, Gonzalez really gets those combinations off. It's just hard to stay there. Just like this.
That's good work.
Yeah, but not all of them get through either, right? So. Yeah.
Not a minute left in round number 9. And
shots it from Joet.
Man, what a fight.
This is one of those fights because they're both putting up such a good effort.
Yeah, and both guys throw those combinations and salvos to the gloves that some get through, some don't.
You're almost sad to see a guy lose.
Yeah.
You know, they're both putting out so much effort. Good body shot. Good body shot. He's hurt bad. He's hurt bad.
He is wobbling. Can Joet Gonzalez seal the deal?
Big round here.
He's ready to go down.
Desperately clinching is the fighter from the Ukraine.
A lot of time left. A lot of time left.
And Khegai's got a point there. Joet rabbit punched in that time in the clinch. Khegai got a warning earlier for rabbit punching. He's trying to rabbit punch his way out of the
Joet
clinch.
Gonzalez trying to finish off Khegai. Khegai now desperate. 10 seconds left to go in round number 9.
Khegai's still trying to survive.
Yeah, Joet desperately trying to get back to that body. Eye is gushing blood.
And Khegai survives. And we will see a 10th and final round.
Tony in his head. You know it. Tony in his head.
And look at it. There's the body shot. Looked like it might have been the end for Khegai.
That was that one. That was the one.
Right there, yeah, right below his elbow. You can see his face.
Oh yeah.
Almost took a knee.
He was ready to go down. That delayed reaction left hook to the liver. I don't miss those.
We've all been there, and it sucks every single time. But Ramon, the shot in the arm you need for round 10. Gonzalez just got it.
Yeah.
This corner could say you
for
had
sure.
him. Put the pressure on, it might be over.
I think he's going to come out very strong right now. Y'all going to see he's going to come out super strong.
10th and final round, ladies and gentlemen.
I think the motivation now he knows he can hurt him.
Joet's been very sneaky with the body shots all night long. He's been slipping them in there.
They respect one another, but their opponent is in the way of their dreams of being a world champion, getting that opportunity again. Neither man wants to waste it.
You know, I had asked Joet, what was his motivation level like at this stage of his career? A guy who's a 3-time title challenger, lost all 3. A guy who's been off for over a year. Well, he answered it. He answered it. He's very motivated.
Champ, I think both guys' motivation has been shown
absolutely.
tonight. I think this is the hunger of two guys who could taste it, but didn't give them just short.
But Champ,
and they still want to get there.
Yeah, but Champ, the problem is that Khegai is highly rated.
Yeah.
He was next in line for a title shot.
Yeah.
He didn't need this fight.
Yeah.
He didn't need a fight this tough.
Yeah.
Joet did.
Yeah. Good point, man.
Hats off to Khegai for taking this fight, for his people, putting him in against a very tough Joet Gonzalez, who is giving everything tonight.
Maybe comes back on ProBox TV then.
Oh, for sure.
I think for Khegai, taking this fight was actually pretty good. Could be the blessing in disguise because how harder can a world title fight get after this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a good point. But also, this is a big stage. People are going to see him.
Of course,
he's been fighting. He's been on the road fighting in other countries. He's been deep on undercards at Top Rank. Now he has a platform for people to see his talent.
But Ramon, great point though. Physically, very physically demanding fight. Sometimes not even title fights demand this much from you.
Oh, great combination.
Again.
And finishes to the
The
body.
straight punches from Joet. Like they've been few and far between. When he uses them, they're fine. They're good because they work on a shorter guy. Nice combination by the guy on the out.
Man, Khegai's tough, man. Getting hurt to the body and then coming back and putting on a performance like
Guys
this.
who do Muay Thai, would you expect?
Yeah.
Incredibly tough body, as he has fought well in this round number 10 after almost getting dropped. You could argue almost finished in round 9.
Well, my dry cleaning bill is going to be expensive this week.
Bill it to Gary Jonas, who made the fight, because this has been an absolute war.
Oh, another good body shot by Joet. The guy took that better, but still looking to hold.
This crowd here in Long Beach getting its money's worth tonight. Oh, what a great jab.
Long distance, good shot.
The motivation, I told you guys, he's going to come out strong.
But this is how Joet always fights. Like he has a great gas tank. He throws combinations. He's always in blood and guts fights. We've never seen Khegai in this kind of fight.
10
He's been very
seconds
impressive as well.
left. If you've got it, throw it.
They're not gonna save it for now.
Can't take the punches with you.
And we are finished in what has been an incredible main event here in Long Beach, California, between two warriors. Arnold the Khegai, Joet Gonzalez giving everything they had every single round. Man, what a fight. Gentlemen, I'd hate to be a judge tonight.
Yeah.
Good, big thanks to Ramon Cardenas for joining us at the desk. But gentlemen, I mean, if Joet controlled it late, would you go with Gonzalez, especially with the 1 point deduction? Would that be the smart bet?
Khegai was in control early. Joet did the damage late. You have the point deduction. But
Joet also hurt him late.
Yes, he hurt him as well. Yeah. So, you know, but you got to think about those early rounds. With the judges looking at the activity of Khegai, the fast hands, the combinations. Even though they weren't having such an effect.
Yeah.
But he was throwing those big hooking, eye-catching punches. A lot of them hit the
combinations.
Hit the
bing, 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 bing. When he runs those numbers, man, it's hard to vote against that.
I have to agree with you 100% that the idea that it's a shame one guy has to lose when they both gave it all tonight. That was incredible.
Incredible effort from both men. Both guys deserve big opportunities, win, lose, or draw here.
And I think there's improvements to be made on both guys, too. Joet's so tall, never jabs. I mean, I think that would be something to add to his arsenal. Also, Arni was bending down so low, I think he was taking away his ability to try to change range.
So a lot to take away from this fight. The winner probably moving on to bigger things, perhaps another title opportunity. Man, we have gotten our money's worth tonight. Lupe Contreras, we don't know who won. You have the scores. Make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 action-packed rounds, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de 10 vueltas repleta de acción, esta es la decisión oficial. Judge Guillermo scores about 96-93 in favor of Gonzalez. El juez Guillermo anotó 96-93 a favor de González. El juez Villarreal, 95-94 a favor de Khegai. Judge Villarreal scores it 95-94 in favor of Khegai. Y el juez Ruiz anotó 97-92. Judge Ruiz scores it 97-92 in favor of the winner by way of split decision a favor del ganador por decisión dividida. Joet Gonzalez.
A little wide in the scoring.
Well, you got one was for Khegai.
Right, one was for Khegai. But man, a split decision. I think that is appropriate for
very close fight.
A very close fight.
So 96-93 for Gonzalez, 97-92 for Gonzalez, 95-94 for Khegai.
That means the point never came into play. The point deduction.
No, the point
Look
did not come
at
into
the
play.
punch counter from ProBox TV. Gonzalez 137, Khegai 135.
That's how
449 throw, 445 thrown.
Wow.
Difference in body shots. Khegai working the body early.
Yeah, it was.
Even the total punches percentage is landed 30.3% and 30.5%. Very, very tight on the numbers.
Yeah.
But once again, that's what our eyes told us. This was an incredibly close fight.
Yeah, very, very tough one to take for either guy to lose, you know. But the fans get their money's worth. Ooh, you imagine they were booing at the beginning of this fight? You imagine? Now look at the cheers and everybody's happy. You know?
I mean, they almost tore this place down. The crowd was so loud. But
Joet Gonzalez earned this from start to finish. Early, he took some big punches against a guy who was, well, as you said, built like a fire hydrant. Came back late with combinations. He earned every second of this victory.
And credit to Khegai for taking this fight. Like you said, he didn't have to. He was already in line for a title fight if he just waited.
He might be kicking himself.
This fight. Well, that's what happens. If you win, you're happy. But if you lose, you're going to be kicking yourself. Ultra competitive fight. Certainly, we deserve to bring back Khegai, even despite the defeat. Guy is a good guy to watch on TV.
Well, and I had said, you know, we know Joet Gonzalez puts on performances like this. He's in fights like this. Khegai has never been in a fight like this. Now we know he's got the goods.
Another one we're looking forward to, a great fight. Lester Martinez versus Joe Sean James, Saturday, March 22nd, right here, San Bernardino, California. About an hour drive, depending on traffic, from Long Beach. That's going to be an amazing night of fights, and we had an amazing night tonight. Absolutely incredible. Jesus Saracho over Louie Lopez. Koreano Torres over Nicholas Walters in our co-main event. Absolute war. Saracho a draw in that fight. But in our co-main event, Nicholas Walters against Luis Koreano Torres. Could the 23-year-old's volume and pace be the difference? It was. A beautiful hook. And Walters not answering the bell. And our main event was a highlight from start to finish. Thank you so much to all the fighters tonight and the Warriors in our main event here in Long Beach, California. You've been absolutely fantastic. We'll see you March 22nd in San Bernardino, California. Stay here for more fights.